Hello, and welcome to this, our 126th live stream, Apocalypse of the Sock Puppets. Of course, this is our reference to our Monday video where we started a new series on the Book of Revelation. So, if you're not into the apocalypse of sock puppets and you want real apocalypse, you can always go look at that. So, anyway, just a little bit of housekeeping before we begin. I am suffering a bit from a head cold right now, so we're gonna work this. We're gonna fight this thing through and do what we do every week here, which is answer your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Okay. So, if you've never been here before, the rules are the same as always. Every week's the same as far as the rules, which is super chats have priority. This is standard across all YouTube platforms. Okay. The second thing is that if you ask a non-super chat question, which we do take non-super chat questions, we ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning of the question so I know that it's earmarked for me. So if you want to put in your salutation, hi Dr. Falk, put it after the Q and colon so I can actually see it. So, also, no question spamming. So don't repeat your questions. Just put it in once. There's no guarantee we'll take non-super chats. But if it's an interesting question and I think it's worthwhile, it's more than likely than not that we'll take it and answer it, because I love interesting questions. And finally, if it has to do with a passage in the Bible or a foreign word, give me some context. So in the case of something from the Bible, I will need the book and the chapter and the verse. And if you leave that out, yeah, your question might be ambiguous enough that I now don't understand the context of it. So I need that so I can answer your question directly. In the case of a foreign word, tell me what language you think it's in and what you think the word means. Again, that helps narrow things down. And this is especially true on homonymic languages like Egyptian. One word can have sound alike across a dozen different meanings. So if you don't tell me what you think it means, I can't address your question directly. So, anyway, with that said, let's get into the questions. So we're going to start the night here with a couple of non-super chats. See here what we'll start with. We'll start with this delicate question from Let Me Explain, followers of the Shepherd. To get Michal, David was requested to get foreskins. Is there some sort of context we miss when reading this? 1 Samuel 18:27. Okay. Let's pull up our Bible here. 1 Samuel 18. And we'll actually start at verse 25. Saul then said, "Thus you shall say to David, the king does not desire any dowry, except 100 foreskins of the Philistines to take vengeance on the king's enemies." Now, Saul planned to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. When his servants told David these words, it pleased David to become the king's son-in-law. Before the days had expired, David rose up and went, he and his men, and struck down 200 men among the Philistines. Then David brought their foreskins and gave them in full number to the king, that he might become the king's son-in-law. So Saul gave him Michal, his daughter, for a wife. Okay. Here's what's going on. Okay. This is proof of fatality. Essentially, proof that David did the deed. Essentially, killed the requisite number of Philistines. And this is because men have only one of those items, if they have not been circumcised. Now, this is actually fairly normal practice, not so much with foreskins, but most ancient Near Eastern armies, when they went to war, they would collect something, a body part, to keep count. So at the end of the day, you would have a pile of these body parts. that would then be used to tally the how much damage you inflicted on the other side. In the case of the Egyptians, they preferred the right hand. And the reason why they did that was because they were Egyptians were circumcised. So they didn't have foreskins. But they would take a right hand from all the dead. So we do have examples of this in, say, Egyptian reliefs, where there's this pile of hands, and some scribe is going through and counting all the right hands. Of course, making sure that nobody slipped in a left hand. Because everyone has just one right hand, but the left hand is not a right hand. So, yeah, Danny Dement says Genghis Khan loved him some sack of ears. Yeah, this is just normal practice. And the Philistines weren't a nation that circumcised themselves, so that was the part of a choice for the Israelites. It was also, to be honest, easier to transport than a big old pile of hands. So that's the context here. This is very, very normal for ancient Near Eastern armies of all persuasions. All across the ancient Near East, that's how they sort of tallied the dead, was using a body part that there was only one of. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Let's see another one here. I'll take another one. Take Matthew Escobedo here. And he says, "Good evening, Dr. Falk." It's the middle of the night here, so good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. Got a head cold, so we're struggling. Question: what is your opinion on the academic scholar John Walton's background in the Hebrew Bible, Near East, and/or languages? I think Walton is an excellent scholar. I really like Walton's work. I generally agree with Walton's work. There's a few cases where I don't agree with him, but that's normal for any scholar. Every scholar is going to have their agreements and disagreements. So I think there's a lot that could be said here about like his view on demons and his view on, say, the serpent in the garden. I think is wrong, but that's, for me, that's a kind of a minor thing. But I do agree with his contextualization of the early books of the Bible. I think they're definitely closer to what I would surmise. So I'm a big fan of Walton. I like his work. I like his work a lot. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, and then let's see here. Pick one. Okay, and we'll take this one from Ryan Gosling, Drive 2011. As a sci-fi buff, do you know of Grand Admiral Thrawn? Yes, I do. And if so, what are your thoughts on his return to Star Wars? I have not seen Ahsoka. I haven't heard good things about it. It sounded like really sort of kind of dumb. So, and which is too bad because I was a big fan of the cartoon series. I mean, the animated series that had Star Wars animated series, I thought was excellent. I thought it was really good. Even though it was sort of meant to be a children's series, I thought it was really good Star Wars. I think Thrawn is a great character. I think Ahsoka Tano is a great character. I think they've been misused by by Disney Studios. Ugh. Reported stolen says the Thrawn book was amazing. I believe that. I absolutely believe that. It was a really good. He's a really good character. He's a really good character. So I like the character. I think, but I think the way they sort of butchered him in Ahsoka Tano or in the Ahsoka, series is just uh, it hasn't given me a lot of incentive to go watch it, essentially. So anyway, that's my thought on this little piece of sci-fi, and uh, I mean, I generally am a Star Wars fan. I like Star Wars. The new stuff, though, well, some of the new stuff is bad. Some of the new stuff is really cringy. Uh, basically Disney Studios taking your childhood and just destroying it, just really destroying it. I mean, I grew up in the Star Wars era, so for me, this is these were the stories I grew up on. So, eh. So with the writer's strike now over, Disney can get back to ruining all your childhood intellectual properties. Okay, so we're going to stop with that non-super chat, and we're going to go to the super chats now. All right. First super chat here is from Algut Robinson for 50 Swedish kroners. Thank you very much for the super chat. Book of Judges 19:1-25. Why did he force his two wives out? What is the cultural context of the offering daughters to protect the guest? Even Lot did it. Okay. Great question. There's actually a lot in this passage we can get into. I mean, this is a complicated passage. Okay. So let's bring up the Bible and let's read the passage. I'm going to go here to Judges 19. And text reads, Now it came about in those days when there was no king in Israel, and there was a certain Levite staying in a remote part of the hill country of Ephraim, who took a concubine for himself from Bethlehem in Judah. But his concubine played the harlot against him, and she went away from him to her father's house in Bethlehem in Judah, and was there for a period of 4 months. Then her husband arose and went after her to speak tenderly to her in order to bring her back, taking with him his servant and a pair of donkeys. So she brought him into her father's house. When the girl's father saw him, he was glad to meet him. Okay, no, there's a reason. There's a reason why there's a this is not really a consensual relationship between the concubine and the Levite. Okay. A concubine, for those who don't know, is essentially a sexual slave. He has been purchased. She has been purchased in order to bear children for the Levite. So, this is not a good start. Okay? This is just not a good start to how this thing is going to go out. So why was the father glad to see the Levite? In all likelihood, what's going on here is he sold the daughter to get out of debt, and the Levite paid the price that got dad out of debt. In return, she has to stay with his dirt bag. Okay, so that's sort of the context of what's going on up to this point. And frankly, the father's glad to see the Levite because, you never know when you can get more money out of him. He might have more daughters, who knows? If he ever gets into debt again, all he has to do is sell another daughter. Yeah. That real everyone in this picture is a big scumbag, okay? All right, so verse 4, and his father-in-law, the girl's father, detained him, and he remained with him 3 days. So they ate, drank, and lodged there. Now it came about on the fourth day that they got up early in the morning, and he prepared to go. And the girl's father said to his son-in-law, yeah, and really the son-in-law here is kind of, sustain yourself with a piece of bread, and afterward you may go. So both of them sat, ate, and drank together, and the girl's father said to the man, please be willing to spend the night, and let your heart be merry. Okay. So then the man rose up to go, but his father-in-law urged him to spend the night there again. And on the fifth day, because he's got a drinking buddy. He's got a drinking buddy. On the fifth day, he arose to go early in the morning, and the girl's father said, please sustain yourself and wait until the afternoon. So both of them ate. Verse 9. When the man arose to go along with his concubine and servant, his father-in-law, the girl's father, said to him, now, behold, now the day has drawn to a close. Please spend the night. So he's the father is keeping him in there. He's keeping there. Then tomorrow you may arise early for your journey, so that you may go home. But the man was not willing to spend the night. So he rose and departed and came to a place opposite Jebus, that is Jerusalem. That's one of the older names for Jerusalem. Way back when it was a Jebusite city. And there were with him a pair of saddled donkeys. His concubine was also with him. Okay. And when they were near Jebus, the day was almost gone, and the servant said to his master, please come and let us turn aside into the city to spend the city of the Jebusites and spend the night in it, which would have actually been the best alternative here. However, his master said to him, okay, so this is a male servant. This is a male servant. He's a male slave. He's got a female slave. This is not an equal relationship by any stretch of the imagination. We will not turn aside into the city of foreigners who are not of the sons of Israel, but we will go as far as Gibeah. And he said to his servant, come, let us approach one of these places. Okay, so we'll just move down here a bit. You move the passage along. And he lodges in, and he said to him, we are passing from, verse 18, Bethlehem in Judah to the remote part of the hill country of Ephraim, for I am there. And I went to Bethlehem in Judah. But I'm now going to my house, and no man will take me into his house. Okay, it's late at night. It's late at night. Okay, he's knocking on people's doors asking for lodging. No one's taking him in because he's doing something incredibly rude. He should have had the forethought to lodge earlier. Yeah, his servant was correct. They should have stopped at Jerusalem, but they didn't, because this guy is incredibly stubborn. He's stubborn and selfish. Just amazingly selfish. So, verse 19. Yet there is both straw and fodder for our donkeys, and also bread and wine for me, your maidservant, and the young man who is with your servants. Okay? There is no lack of anything. And the old man said, peace to you, only let me take care of all your needs. However, do not spend the night in the open square. So he took him into his house and gave the donkeys fodder and washed the feet and ate and drank. Okay, now in a house, in a Israelite house, people lived upstairs, animals lived downstairs. So the animals were actually brought into the house. Verse 23. Then the man, the owner of the house, went out to them and said, verse 22. While they were making merry, behold, the men of the city, certain worthless fellows, empty men, yeah, sons of emptiness is what it says, surrounded the house, pounding on the door. And they spoke to the owner of the house, and the old man saying, bring out the man who came into your house, that we may have relations with him. So they were going to rape him. Then the man, the owner of the house, went out to them and said to them, no, my fellows, please do not act so wickedly. Since this man has come into my house, do not commit this act of folly. Here is my virgin daughter and his concubine. So he's given him a 2-for-1. Please let me bring them out, that you may ravish them and do to them whatever you wish. But do not commit such an act of folly against this man. But the man would not listen, so the man this is the Levite here who's seizing his concubine. Okay? So this is the Levite, takes his concubine and brought her out to them. So in this particular case, the homeowner's daughter spared, but at the expense of the concubine. And they arred her and abused her all night until morning, and then let her go at the approach of dawn. Okay? All right, so one of the sort of what we're dealing with here is a shame culture. This is a shame culture. And a shame culture is whatever people think of you is what you are. And in this shame culture, hospitality, which includes protection, if you can't provide that, that brings unforgivable shame upon your house. So this is what both Lot and these men are trying to do. Is they're trying to provide protection. They don't care about the concubine. She's just a slave. That's really, they don't care about her at all. But for the guest. Okay. The guest is what they're trying to protect here. So that's what's happening here, is they're doing this too. And one of the things we should note about this too, that that's often is confusing in this passage, is the evil men here don't kill the concubine. They don't kill the concubine. The Levite does. Because he has now been shamed. His cowardly act of taking the concubine and throwing her out, combined with the evil men doing that to his property, has now created a source of shame. Okay? So, she's not dead when he finds her in the morning. She's unresponsive. She's got post-traumatic stress disorder. To the extent that she's not able to even communicate. And this dirtbag Levite just takes her, throws her on a donkey, and basically murders her to cut her up and send pieces all over Israel to get revenge for his shame. So that's what we're seeing here, is the play out of a shame culture narrative. So that's what's happening in this passage, is we're seeing dirtbags acting shamefully and being recognized for their shame. So well, Andrew Graham, wasn't consensual, really. She had no consent in this. She was sold. She's a concubine. And he may not be a priest, but he is a Levite. So he is supposed to be doing religious services. He is supposed to be a religious figure within Israel. Yeah, this is awful. Yeah, and it does sort of mimic what happened at Sodom and Gomorrah. So, just sort of shows how badly and again, we're talking here about the Book of Judges. So, and the end of the Book of Judges, like, say, the Book of Joshua, where you have, say, you start with good tribes and end with bad tribes. Here you have, good judges, and it ends with no judges and anarchy, essentially. So, this is the end of the Book of Judges, where bad things are happening. So, Anyway, I hope that answered your question. It is very much cultural context, but it is a cultural context that deals with the shame culture. And unless you look at this through the lens of a shame culture, you can't really understand it. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. I know you got a few more on this particular passage, and we're going to get right to them. I really, really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, so the next one here. Book Judges 19:29. Is it literal? Did he lie? Did he lie to the Israelites to spark anger by sending them pieces, making it seem like it was the Benjaminites? Yes, it was. So the verse here in question is, so we'll read a little more of the passage. Verse 27. When the master arose in the morning and opened the door and went out on his way, then behold, his concubine was lying at the doorway of the house with her hands on the threshold. And he said to her, "Get up, let us go." But there was no answer. Then he placed her on a donkey, and the man arose and went to his home. Okay, so she's not dead. And she's not dead. She's just unresponsive. He throws her on the donkey like a wet sack. Verse 29, when he entered his house, he took a knife and laid hold of his concubine and cut her into 12 pieces. He laid hold of her. He used a strong force. The Hebrew here is kizak. He's restraining her as he chops her up. This guy is a dirtbag. This guy is a dirtbag, and he cuts her up into 12 pieces, limb by limb, and sends her throughout the territory of Israel. Okay? So, absolutely, he's lying about this. And verse 30, and it came about that all who saw it said, nothing like this has ever happened or been seen from the day of the sons of Israel came up from the land of Egypt to this day. Consider it, take counsel, and speak up. Okay? So, basically, this is a morality tale. This is basically saying, hey, this is one of the worst things that's ever happened in the history of Israel. Think about it. Talk about it. And speak up. Don't let injustice go unaddressed in your midst. So there's a lot here that's going on. So yes, he did essentially lie to the Israelites, basically saying that the Benjaminites did this. This Levite did this. Yes, the Benjaminites did savage her. Absolutely. And left her with unresponsive. They did brutal things to her. But they didn't kill her. The Levite killed her. They're both wrong. They're both evil men. The Benjaminites were evil. And then so was this Levite. This is how badly the morality of Israel had slipped. So anyway, yes, he basically was using he's using these to provoke anger in the Israelites so that he could extract his revenge on the Benjaminites. So, and after this is the last we hear about this Levite. He just starts a war and just slips away, and he's like that little weak kid on the playground that likes to get two big strong guys to fight just for his personal entertainment. That's what this guy is. Yeah. But he was sending a message. And he was and he was trying to get revenge to ameliorate his shame. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't revenging his concubine. He didn't give. I'll put Gaius Octavius' comment here. The Levite could have said all that without killing the poor woman. Yes, he could have. But he didn't care about the poor woman. He didn't care about... In fact, the whole reason he went back to get her was, again, because of shame. She played the harlot because he's a dirtbag. And she leaves him, and now he's shamed that his slave... his concubine has left. So he's going back to retrieve his property. Again, he's covering up his shame. You even have to ask, what's a Levite doing with a concubine in the first place? So there's, yeah, he could have sent messages, but without a body part, it wouldn't have had the same dramatic effect. But then again, that's how this Levite's thinking. He's selfish. He's completely self-centered. He only cares about him, and he doesn't care who he hurts in the process. This is just what that dirtbag did. Okay, so we'll take the next super chat here. It's the final follow-up to this. Up here. And okay, and then Algot Robertson for another 50 Swedish kroners. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, Judges 20 to 28. Why did not God allow them to win directly? And does all this tie to a bigger meaning behind it all? And do you have a favorite psalm? Yes, I do have a favorite psalm. I like Psalm 1. It's my favorite psalm. Okay. But the greater meaning. Okay, let's take a look at that passage here. So we're stepping into Judges chapter 20 here. 20 to 28. Okay. And the men of Israel went out to battle against Benjamin, and the men of Israel arrayed for battle against them at Gibeah. And the sons of Benjamin came out of Gibeah and felled on the ground on that day 22,000 men of Israel. But the men of Israel, encouraged themselves and arrayed for battle again in the place where they had arrayed themselves the first day. And the sons of Israel went up and wept before the Lord until evening, and inquired of the Lord, saying, Shall we again draw for battle against the sons of my brother Benjamin? And the Lord said, Go up against him. Okay. And then the sons came up against the sons of Benjamin the second day. And Benjamin went out against them from Gibeah the second day and fell to the ground. Again, 18,000 men of the sons of Israel. All of these drew the sword. Then all the sons of Israel and all the people came to Bethel and wept. Thus they remained there even before the Lord, fasted that day until the evening. And they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And the sons of Israel inquired of the Lord, for the ark of the covenant was there in those days. And Phinehas the son of Eleazar, Aaron's son, stood before it to minister those days, saying, Shall I yet again go to battle against the sons of my brother Benjamin, or shall I cease? And the Lord said, Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. Okay. Now, there's a little bit of nuance in this passage here. The sons of Israel didn't inquire of the Lord should they go at the beginning. Okay? They more or less go. Their first inquiry of the Lord is actually in verse 18, where it says, Now the sons arose and went to Bethel and inquired of God and said, Who shall go up first for us to battle against the sons of Benjamin? The Lord said, Judah shall go up first. That's why they didn't get the victory. They didn't ask. They presumed. Okay. They're supposed to ask of the Lord, do we go to war? And then God can hand them the victory. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a similar instance of this in, say, the book of I think it's it's Samuel, where David goes up to presume sort of that with an identical tactical situation, and he inquires of the Lord, and the Lord says, "No, I want you to do something else." And we see this happen when there are, say, these presumptuous battles. Saul does this and loses at times. They'll presume that it's in their prerogative to go to war. So, in this particular case, the Israelites didn't ask. They just said, "Okay, who shall we send first?" They already made the decision without God. So there wasn't a way that God would hand them an easy victory, because there's not that everyone here is gone off the rails. Everyone here's gone off the rails. The Levites have gone off the rails. The Benjaminites have gone off the rails. The other tribes of Israel have gone off the rails. They're all going off the rails in different ways, and it ends up in this huge, massive bloodshed. The Levites are murdering dirtbag. The Benjaminites are worthless men. Worthless men. The Israelites are bloodthirsty as well. They want retribution, because of this act. But they didn't ask God. Because they didn't ask God, they couldn't get the victory. Not immediately. And then when they finally do ask God, when they do ask, "Shall we go again?" The Lord says, "Okay, yeah, go up against them. And this time, I will deliver them into your hands." So it's a matter of process. Okay? It's a matter of process. There's a process in ancient Israel for going to war. And the process is you inquire of the Lord, "Do I or do I not go to war? If I go to war," if you say yes, "how do I go to war?" So these are important considerations when you look at these biblical narratives. So, anyway. Take that too. Follow up non-super chat here. Saint Ronan, the Shadow Saint, says, "Now how did the Levites get judged?" In the same way. Okay? The 12 tribes were there, and that's what the text says. So, there were Levites that were also dead on the deck because of that one Levite. So it's not just the Benjaminites and that get judged here, but all of Israel is facing a certain judgment. Again, no one's acting the way they should. So this is not a happy ending, as it were. Which is why, again, we are being told really early on in, say, that verse 30 of chapter 19, "Consider it, take counsel, speak up." All right? So, this is it's basically a statement that they said at that time, but they also, were not acting in righteousness either. So, it's one of the worst events that have ever happened in Israel, bar none. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated. But yeah, they're dead on the deck too. Essentially, they lose a lot of people. Everybody loses a lot in this one. Because we have in verse, say, Judges 20 verse 2, "And the chiefs of all the people, even all the tribes of Israel, took their stand in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 foot soldiers who drew the sword." So the Levites are there also. Yeah, they're also there paying the price for their dirtbag brother. So anyway, we're gonna end this question here. Thank you very much for the questions. We really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, so we're at. Okay, we have here BC for $2 Australian. Sponsoring question by Nino KR777 about David's son. All right. And he asks, why did God kill David's son? Why was he part of the judgment against David's sin? Okay, well, here's part of the reason. Something had to happen for there to have been judgment against David. Something had to happen that hurt. Okay? We have to remember, in the case of the judgment against David's son of David and Bathsheba, that Bathsheba was wife of Uriah the Hittite, who was a righteous Gentile. He was a righteous Gentile. And he had served faithfully and loyally. Yeah, he was one of his top military men. And David has him killed to cover up his infidelity. Okay? David's infidelity, yeah. So, when you have something that outrageous where everybody knows about it, and Nathan the prophet made sure everybody knew about the sin. You know, Nathan goes into David's court and he says, a terrible crime has been done in Israel, a terrible sin. And Nathan says, there is a man who has 100 sheep, and he kills his neighbor to get his one sheep he covets. And then David says, who is this man? He has done this terrible crime. And Nathan points the finger and goes, that man is you. Yeah, that takes cojones. Yeah, that definitely takes cojones. So David has condemned himself. And Nathan basically says that. You have condemned yourself. But how do you punish a king? How can a king be punished? He's not going to do a capital punishment against himself, because that's the price for murder. Okay? It's the price for murder. It's when somebody murders somebody, according to Torah law, the death penalty must apply. And it's one of the few Torah laws that cannot be just covered over with an offering or a price, a fine. Murder requires blood. Murder requires blood for blood. It's lex talionis. And it's the maximum because of the severity of this crime. So, the fruit of that infidelity will then have to be the next step. So, because David's sin was so great, God used a great judgment. In this particular case, the death of his first son with Bathsheba. Now, God ends up redeeming that sin, okay? He redeems it. Because Bathsheba will then subsequently give birth to Solomon, who then becomes the main part of the Davidic line. But David has to pay a price. He has to face judgment for what he's done. And a lot of the things that David has done have resulted in judgments that don't affect him directly. And this is something that David does. It's something that David does. When he takes the census against God's command, what does he do? He's given a choice of what judgment he gets. He picks the plague that hits the people. He's not paying the price personally. So, he's ducking responsibility most of the time for some of his bad actions. So this is one judgment where he can't duck. He can't duck this. He's going to pay this one directly. So that's why the son is part of the judgment. It's not that the son himself is being punished for it, but David himself has to pay a price. And that's what's going on here. He's got to be punished. And that's what God chooses to punish him with. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for the super chat, BC. I hope that helped. Wow, you guys are really picking the rogues gallery this week, aren't you? Okay, Jesse Stone for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, I've heard you say Kenneth Kitchen's Kenneth Kitchen's book on the reliability of the Old Testament could use some updates. Yes, it could. Any specific examples that you can think of? Oh yeah, definitely. Would love to see you do a series interacting with some of Kitchen's book. Okay, now that book is 600 pages. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be interacting with that very soon. What it needs is more. Most of the stuff in there is still valid, I would think, but there's been a lot of discoveries made. A lot of discoveries made since he wrote that book in, I think, 2006. So, I mean, a lot of water's passed under the bridge in that time. So, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be added. A lot of stuff. So, I think it's not that it's horribly out of date as for its content no longer being useful. It's more out of date in that we've had so many subsequent discoveries that it needs to be expanded to 800 to 1,000 pages, essentially. It's not big enough to cover the subject anymore. Okay. Oh yeah, there's no evidence for the Bible, but hey, we can fill 1,000 pages with all these discoveries. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I think can really go. There's been a lot of extra research and a lot of new scholarship. So absolutely, there's definitely a need for it to be updated. It won't be updated, unfortunately, but I think somebody will eventually write a book that supersedes it. But it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. It has to be a big one. So that's some of the examples I can think of. Like, for example, we have the Jerubbaal Ostraca now. You also have some other things now that, weren't around at the time when he wrote the book. So, there's a lot that could be added to that book. It just, I mean, he had a lot in there already, but it just needs, there's been a lot more. Okay. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and very much appreciate your support. Jonathan for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What's your take on John Walton's view of Genesis 1 creation account being some kind of cosmic temple dedication text? I agree with it. I totally agree with it. I think it is a kind of cosmic temple dedication text too. Genesis 1 is very complicated. That whole Genesis 1 to 3 is exceptionally complicated. And the more you get into it, the more you see how complicated it is. It gets complicated fast. Genesis 1 is a cosmic temple dedication text. It's also a Toledot, which means it's a genealogy. So, and I think Walton is right about this, that it is setting up sacred space that God fills and then walks with man in that sacred space. So I think he's dead on right about that. The only disagreement I would have with him on the first 3 books of Genesis is that it is his view of the serpent. The serpent in the garden. I don't care for his view on that, where he sees it as sort of a chaos monster, and I don't think the serpent in the garden is a chaos monster. I do think is a cherubim. So I would disagree with him on that, but that's probably the only point of Genesis 1 to 3 where I really sort of draw a hard, distinction on. But yeah, I think overall he is correct about Genesis 1. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Jesse Stone again for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Relatively new fan of the channel. Well, thank you. We are glad you're here to be with us. We love our community. We're growing a community here of people who appreciate the ancient Near East and the Bible. So we're glad you're here, and we're glad you're enjoying the channel. It says, so still working through some of your older videos. What happened to your project on the plagues of Egypt? Thanks. Insufficient funding, essentially. Here's the thing. It takes time to write a book. And he's talking about the book we're planning to write on the plagues of Egypt. Now, right beside me here, I have, I can pull it out here. Give me just a second here to. I have in my hands here. It just looks like some sheets of paper, but I've got a book proposal in the works, okay, to do this. And I'm hoping to get that book proposal done by this coming ETS so I can discuss it with a few publishers. Here's the thing. It takes time to write a book. You can't have a full-time YouTube career and a full-time day job and write a book. It's not possible. You're putting in 60, 80 hours a week. And you need time to write books. This is one of the reasons why we really want to go full-time. Okay? We want to get the support to do it. So because when we did the GoFundMe campaign, it was with the eye of having, say, a year of income where I could, say, quit my day job and dedicate myself to writing books. Okay? Now, we are, as this channel is growing, we are getting closer to that goal. Okay? We're not there yet, but we're getting closer. Clever boy. Full-time. It's... Yes, War of the Most High did start it. Date book. Yeah. So you do need, I mean, it takes almost as much time to write a book as having a 3/4 time job. Okay, so you do need that time to devote to writing. And if you don't have that time, you can't write. So right now I'm trying to get a peer-reviewed article out. I was invited to do a peer-reviewed article on chronology. And I'm just having a heck of a time trying to get that done just because of my time restraints. And that's just an article. So to do a book, which is going to be a lot larger and a lot more comprehensive, is going to require similar time. So that's the problem. Is it's not that we've abandoned the project. We haven't abandoned it. We're still intending to do it. We still want to do it. But it's also a matter of where do I get the funding so I can still eat while I write the book. Okay? We are making progress to that end. Okay? But it's taking time to get there. So anyway, I hope that helps. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helps, and I hope that explains what's happening with the project. We haven't given up on it. It's just been delayed. It's just eat air. Yeah. We kind of do sometimes. Mm. Yeah, the bunny would not be happy eating air. Yeah. Time for Daniel fast. No food for you. Yeah, that's the food is not as bad as the rent. Okay, I mean, this is Vancouver, and Vancouver has horrifyingly high rent. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're living in the cheapest place we can right now because of rent control. So we don't even dare move to somewhere else in the area just because it's just so expensive. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped explain the situation. Okay, the next one here. Want to thank the comment here from Let Me Explain, followers of the Shepherd. And he asks, could you answer my question on Ecclesiastes 12? Thanks. Okay, I'll take a look. Let's see where that is. Okay, Ecclesiastes 12. Find that up here. I think it was at the beginning. All right. What does Ecclesiastes 12:12 mean? Is it condemning great study? All right. Bible here. Ecclesiastes. I think this is the passage of with much study comes much fatigue. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we'll go back a little bit here. Verse 9. In addition to being a wise man, the preacher also taught the people knowledge, and he pondered, searched out, and arranged many proverbs. The preacher sought to find delightful words and to write words of truth correctly. The words of wise men are like goads, and masters of these collections are like well-driven nails. They are given by one shepherd. But beyond this, my son, be warned. The writing of many books is endless, and excessive devotion is wearying to the body. Okay? The conclusion, when all has been heard, is fear God and keep his commandments because this applies to every person. Okay, so he is not condemning great study here, but he is giving you a warning about it. Okay, this is not a condemnation. He's not saying that great study is sin. He's not saying that the writing of books is worthless. He's not saying this at all. Because this is a guy who's wise. He's knowledgeable. He teaches. Okay? Now, you don't get wise and knowledgeable without reading a lot of books. Okay? Sorry, it doesn't work any other way.
Sitting around,
yes. My producer says that just sitting around staring at your navel just doesn't work if you want to be a knowledgeable teacher. Okay? Doesn't work that way. So, so there is something here that that it's just a warning. It's just a warning. You know, so you can just keep writing books endlessly. I don't think that's a bad way to live, honestly, because I mean that's probably my mother the one thing I actually really loved as a scholar and an academic is writing books. I love writing books. If I had my druthers, I do nothing but write books. I think writing books is fantastic. But there's also the warning here. An excessive devotion is wearying to the body. And the idea is here devotion to books. Basically, much study wearies the body. Now, if you've ever been to grad school, you know this is exactly what this is. This is why students, when they study hard, get the munchies. Okay? I mean, you basically are reading books and eating potato chips, and probably packing on the weight too. Uh, but that's because your brain gets tired. Your ATP receptors in your brain basically consume energy as you read. And the more intensive the study, the more energy your brain consumes. They've done some studies that suggest that, people who really study hard for like a final exam are burning as many calories as a marathon runner. Not in the same way, but because the organ of your body that consumes the most calories is your brain, at least as far as I best recall. So this intellectual work does come with a price, and that's what the preacher here is warning us of. It's not a sin. It's not a slam against intellectualism. It's basically saying, hey, okay, yeah, you could keep writing books forever. You can also study yourself to fatigue. So there are ways to ameliorate this. You take your Sabbath, you rest, you don't read all the time, you do other things, you go out and get some exercise. There's ways you can combat this. So, there's not one solution to this. The fact is, one of the things I used to do is I used to play video games because it's mindless. I still play video games after doing a really hard amount of studying. It's okay. Yeah, my brain's tired. Time to play some Starfield. Or Fallout. Or Skyrim. So, you have to do what you find relaxing. Jack Ray, hey Jack Ray, thank you very much for giving me a license to Starfield. I've been really enjoying the game. It's nothing innovative for people who know Bethesda games, but I'm loving it. I'm actually loving the game because it's more Bethesda, and I love Bethesda games. Okay, so that's what he means here by in the Ecclesiastes 12:12. But that's what oops um there. Okay. So that's what he means. This is not a condemnation of scholarship. This guy's a scholar. He's studying himself. He's teaching, and he's a wise, knowledgeable person. You can't get that information any other way. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for the question. Okay, the next one here is from Warrior of the Most High. Thank you for the question. What did obelisks represent in Egyptian culture and religion? And do they imitate alien tech as AA says? I don't know who AA is. Oh, Ancient Aliens. Okay, Ancient Aliens. Thanks to Jack Gray, I can send this chat. Okay. They are basically a type of an obelisk is a type of pyramid on a pillar. They are representative of sun worship. They're the icon of sun worship. So that's what they are. And the earliest of these is actually found in Dynasty 5 sun temples. So what they would do is a sun temple was done by Dynasty 5 kings, and they would make these sort of platforms for sun worship. And then they have a raised platform, and then they would put an obelisk on that raised platform. And from that, it would make a kind of a sundial. They didn't keep time by it, but they would trace the shadow of the obelisk as the sun moved across the sky. And they did this to coordinate their sun worship. Okay, so So it's basically the symbol of solar worship, usually to the god Amun-Re. But it could be, say, Atun-Re also, or any of the other sun cults. Any sun cult could potentially use an obelisk. But they're basically symbols of solar worship. So that's what they are, and they're essentially a pyramid on a pillar. At a very sharp angle, too. Sharper the better. So that's what they represented to Egyptian culture and religion. They're not alien tech. If they are, they're some of the worst alien tech ever. Yeah. Bronze Age rocket ship. Could be. Yeah, no. There's no tech in those things. But they are some of the largest stones that have ever been moved in Egypt. I mean, they are very, very large. So, there is that. And that alone is very interesting, but it's all done by Bronze Age technology, not by alien tech. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, next question here from Anthony Rugier for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you think about ancient population estimate for Israel? Decently accurate due to the detailed surveys and archaeology, just as inaccurate as others. It's just as inaccurate as others. One of the things I will say about, say, the population estimates, at least as far as what you find in, say, the Book of Numbers, is it doesn't seem to... It's not a numerical account. It does seem to be more of a clan account. Accounting of clans. Of unspecified numbers. I heard Richard Hess just recently say that these were squads. Military squads. I think it's just clan is just as reasonable an explanation here, and I think Hess would agree with that. He wouldn't have a problem with that. So it's not meant... We are told that the Israelites were the smallest of the nations entering the Promised Land, when they entered the Promised Land. So they were surrounded all by larger nations. So we do have enough of them that they did make an impact on the archaeological context. So we do find eventually, in the mid-12th century BC, we do find Semitic four-room houses, which is indicative of Israelite villages. We do find a change in the faunal remains, going from, say, donkey and lion and dog carcasses to goats and sheep and cattle. So basically a shift from non-kosher to kosher food. So it's hard to give a good firm estimate for Israel during that time. But it is true that they did seem to completely occupy the Judean foothills. However, so they occupy the Heshbon, they occupy the Judean foothills, and the whole idea that thousands remains very controversial. It remains very controversial, and you even see this even mentioned in Halot, which is the Hebrew, the most important Hebrew dictionary. They even describe this as military groups or clans or thousands potentially. So you can't take that 1,000 as necessarily a literal reading, and I think that's important, and I think it's very important. So I'm still not sure exactly how to read those passages yet. I've been thinking it through and considering the possibilities, and there's a lot of possibilities. There's been a lot of proposed solutions to this problem. The issue is we don't exactly know which solution is correct. You do have the idea of there being chiefs, brave warriors. you do have the idea of it being clans, like I will probably end up taking. You also have the literal reading too, that it's thousands. You have the idea that it's a numeric estimate, but it's a hyperbole because of its military context, which we do see in military documents. The one of the most famous is, for example, Alexander the Great's going up against a 1,000,000-man Persian army. Yeah, really? Okay. So there's a lot of potential explanations for this. We just don't know which is the right one yet. So I think there's going to be some more work done on this. I might do some work on this at some point. I think there's a potential for this to be assessed in a better, stronger way. So anyway, I think we're talking about populations in the tens of thousands. That's what I'm thinking we're talking about in all seriousness. So that's what I think is the early population of the conquest. After that, the population will grow at normal rates. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, mouthwash for $5. Hi, Dr. Falk. I have 3 questions regarding to your claim that Amraphel can be identified as Hammurabi in your date for Abraham below. Okay. 1, I've heard it said that against this identification that the West Semitic name begins with an ayin, Amraphel, not with the aleph in Amraphel. Okay. One of the things is, when you talk about this, Amraphel does begin with an ayin. But there's also Semitic switching here, okay? The thing is, with an ayin, Hammurabi, the West Semitic version of this, okay, when it comes into certain alphabetic scripts like Ugarit, becomes a round H. Okay, a hate. Okay? That hate, when it comes into Hebrew, also converts into the aleph. Okay, so that guttural exchange is known. Okay, and when you're dealing with gutturals, that's something that can be interchanged quite easily. So that's not a huge issue. Okay, so that's your answer to the first question. Okay. Your second question. You say in Semitic languages the final L letter often changes. It does, which is why there is an out-of-place lamed in Amraphel. Can you explain this? Yes, absolutely. Hebrew is a language that abhors a final vowel because final vowels are often used for suffixes. Okay, so if you want to add a suffix on the end of it, like his whatever, it will put a vowel at the end of the verb. So this is often how pronominal suffixes are done in Hebrew. All sorts of suffixes are done like this in Hebrew. So this is how they use pronouns, particularly possessive pronouns. Okay. So to circumvent this in languages where you transliterate foreign names, foreign words into Hebrew, if it ends with a vowel, they will often stick another consonant on the end. Sometimes it's a mem, sometimes it's a nun, sometimes it's a lamed. Something that it can be still pronounced and identifiable without, because the name is Amraphel. Okay? It's Amraphel. It ends in a vowel. So they have to put a consonant on the end. Because again, Hebrew abhors a final vowel when it's not a pronoun. So that's why the lamed here. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. You said you had a third one here? Okay. Why do you believe this identification is better than Amraphel? Okay. Or Amraphel, suggestions made by other scholars. Time is like, for example, the time constraints is, of those other identifications is not good. It's very poor. It's you're putting it into a context with those suggestions that would make no sense chronologically. So I don't think those are great suggestions. I mean, Amraphel maybe, but you're also now dealing with extra consonants. Okay, so it's not as simple as that. I mean, especially Amraphel. I mean, Amraphel is, you're not going to have the T and the R is not going to transliterate. It just isn't going to happen. Okay, that is just not going to happen. Okay, and even Amraphel is not going to transliterate without the extra insertions of other gutturals. So it's not, it looks good in English. It looks absolutely fine in English. It's not going to do so well when you actually take it from Akkadian into West Semitic. So, and as I said again, the chronology is not going to work. Chronology is just plain not going to work. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat and the questions, and I hope that helped. Okay, let's get back here. I guess the next one here is from Jesse Stone, or 499. Thank you for the super chat. Any recommendations for someone wanting to get deep into the study of ancient chronology? Books, tools, important ancient sources. Okay. No. Here's one of the things. One of the book projects we want to do is a textbook on chronology, because there isn't any. There are a few small books on this. Hornung, Warburton, and one other guy did a book called Ancient Egyptian Chronology. That was pretty good. That was a good book in its day, although it's now dated too. Okay. So much has changed in chronology in the last 10 years, it's not even funny. Okay, the whole discipline has pretty much been thrown on its head. And not in a bad way, but in the fact that it's become such an advanced field. Doing chronologies by hand these days is just not done anymore, because it's just we've seen that chronologies by hand are just riddled with errors. But unfortunately, nobody's written a good textbook on this. So, as far as tools, no good freeware tools yet. I had to make my own tools, and most chronologists end up doing this, is having to make their own tools. For example, I had to make the Groundhog Test Laboratory to do chronologies. I know another researcher in the field, Ethan Levy, has done his own software to do chronologies. He's doing it on a lot smaller scale than I am, though. Okay? So he's not. I'm trying to cover the whole chronology of the ancient Near East. He's just trying to cover the chronology of, say, archaeological assemblages, basically really small, isolated sets of data. So, but yeah, the computer has become the most important tool for the modern chronologist, bar none. Because a big chronology requires hundreds of thousands of calculations. You got thousands of calculations just to calculate the chronology, and then you got thousands of chronology needed to validate it. We have discovered things about chronology that 10 years ago were thought to be impossible. Such as, can you eliminate some chronologies from being seriously considered? Because there had been up to 2016 was with my software. My software was the first program that was actually able to validate a chronology. As far as important ancient sources, there's a lot of them. The most important sources come from the Mesopotamian material. So, example, you would want to consult things such as, say, the Mesopotamian Chronicles, the what's it called now, the eponym lists, the Mari letters, the Amarna letters. There's a lot of tablets out there. You're basically combing and sifting through tons and tons and tons of data. This would be one of the things that I think would be very, very interesting too. If somebody did a source book for chronology in the same way like they did, like Hallow and Younger did their context of scripture. They did this series called the Context of Scripture, where they took the various sources of the ancient Near East and put them in to a single source book, edited source book that could be used for that purpose. I think there's a great potential to do, say, a source book for chronology, but it'd be a big book, just like, say, the Context of Scripture. So yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that right now you're gonna have to do, say, onesie twosie books, basically as you get them. I have several books. I think on my shelf here, just like the Mari Chronicles. In the bedroom, I have a big bookshelf of stuff called the Mesopotamian Chronicles. By, I think it was can't remember off the top of the head who the editor was, but I know the Sasson was of the Mari letters, and there's some synchronisms in there. But yeah, you have to sort of comb through things. You'll be reading a journal and you'll go, oh, hey, that's a synchronism. I can use that. This is why we did the recent members content on the recent publication of the date list of Hammurabi, because it contains a synchronism. It has a beautiful synchronism for the conquest of Mari. Absolutely beautiful. So things like that. You're going to go through journals. You're going to subscribe to journals and buy books and all that to actually do this work, if that's what you want to do. But again, a lot has changed. A lot has changed in the practice of chronology. A lot has changed. It's no longer the same field it was 10 years ago. And it's just moving that rapidly. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hey. Okay, and Transatlantic Whirlwind for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do you understand timing of Esther 2, 5-7? Commentators seem to have holds two views on who was taken captive. All right. Let's take a quick look at this. It's been a long time since I've looked at Esther. So, Esther chapter 2, 5-7. Passage here. Now there was a Jew in Susa, the capital, whose name was Mordecai. Mordecai's the name of the Jew, not the capital. Son of Jair, son of Shimei, son of Kish, a Benjaminite, who had been taken captive into exile from Jerusalem with the captives who had been exiled with Jeconiah, king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had exiled. Okay. And he was bringing up Hadashah, that is Esther, his uncle's daughter, for she had neither fame nor father nor mother. Now the young lady was beautiful of form and face, and when her father and her mother died, Mordecai took her as his own daughter. Okay. The captives. It's going to be talking about captives in general here. So, verse 5 again. There was a Jew in Susa, name was Mordecai, son of Jair, son of Shimei, son of Kish, a Benjaminite. Okay. Now, what we know, one of the things we know is, we're talking about here, is that Mordecai, this is in the Persian Empire, during Artaxerxes the first, Artaxerxes the first, I believe. So what we have here is, he himself was born in Babylon. Mordecai was born in Babylon. He's about 60 at this point. So it was either his father or his grandfather who was taken captive. We're not exactly sure which one, honestly. So, anyway, we don't know for sure who the captive was, who was the original captive here from the line of Mordecai. But we just know at this point Mordecai is in his 60s. He's in his 60s. He was born in Babylon because this is after the Babylonian exile, which was 70 years. Okay. So he's been there a long time. So it's going to be either his father or his grandfather in all likelihood. So anyway, I hope that helped. And I don't have an opinion on this one way or the other. So I'd probably have to look into this more to find out, to really sort of come down on an opinion on this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. All right, and Japonis come Rafi for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Kevin Thompson, Beyond the Fundamentals, says, quote, Christ's life, not his death, is what saves. No passage says Christ died to save anyone. Uses Romans 5:12 and 1 Corinthians 15:17 as a reference. Felt weird thoughts. Yeah, it's heresy. It's heresy. It's simple answers. It's heresy. Yeah. This the whole thing is the whole crucifixion thing is the reenactment of the Passover lamb. Passover lamb had to die to cover over the sins of Israel when the angel of death passed over. That's the typological act that is echoed in the life of Christ. Basically, Christ is the antitype of. Now, let's take a look here at his passages, and we will sort of tease them out here. We'll start here with Romans. Five, verse 10. Okay. Now, we'll start at verse 8 here. But God demonstrates his own love towards us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Wait a minute. If Christ saves through his life, then he would have saved us by living for us. Okay? It's the death. Much more then, now, having been justified by his blood atonement, there it is, we shall be saved from the wrath of God through him. Well, if that's not a good passage for penal atonement, I don't know what is. Verse 10 here, for if we were enemies, we were reconciled to God through the death of his son, much more having been reconciled, we shall be saved by his life. Okay. So here's what we have here is what's something called proof texting. You basically soundbite something out of context and then misapply it. A text out of context is a pretext for a proof text. He's basically proof texting this. Okay? So the context makes it clear that it is the death of Jesus Christ that does save. Okay? But once we have been reconciled, and That reconciliation is what saves us. That's the part that saves us, is the reconciliation, and that's done through the death of the Father's Son, of Jesus Christ. So, having once been reconciled, so in the post salvation state, we are preserved by his life. Now, here's one of the things we have to be careful of when we look at a passage like this. Saved has two meanings. We see this sometimes being used in some of the Gospels and the Epistles. Okay? We have save meaning to basically save you from whatever is possibly causing you harm. We also have preservation, as into you save your strawberries by turning them into jam. Okay? Okay? Different meanings. Same word. Works the same way in the Greek. Okay? So, he's using the word save in two ways and in two different meanings. Okay? And Paul does this sometimes. He does this sometimes. So, he's using it in one way, that we are reconciled through the death of his son. Much more, having been reconciled, we will be preserved by his life. Okay? But yet, earlier in verse 9, he's using saved from the wrath. So he's using it in that first definition, and then later on, using it in a different way. So, okay, I will take that, but make sure I save my place here. Okay. Sorry. I think what he was getting at was that it wasn't his death by itself. It was the life that made his death worthy sacrifice because he was faithful to death. No. It's not that his life made him worthy of death, or made his death a worthy sacrifice. It's his identity. Okay, it's his identity that he's God in human flesh. He's the monogenes, the unique, the only begotten Son. Any man who just has look, if it just came to somebody who lived a life without sin, you could sacrifice a baby and be done with it. As horrifying as that sounds, that's all you'd have to do. You wouldn't need Christ. You could just sacrifice children. So, Paul, Pentateuch says here, Paul also mocks the rulers of the world for the mistake of crucifying the Lord of glory. And that's what it is. It's not that his life made his sacrifice efficacious. It's his identity. And it's through his identity that he lives the sinless life. Which strongly implies, and Pentateuch goes on, which strongly implies that the death of the Lord of glory was at least part of the thing that saves. It's absolutely it. It's absolutely it. It's the identity of Jesus Christ. And the church fathers recognized this. It was, when you look at the writings of the church fathers, they're not so much interested in, say, Christ's sinless life, although they do mention it. They're looking at more who is the person of Jesus as he appears in the Old Testament. That's what they're interested in. That's what they care about. So, and this is why we have the creeds written as in the way they are, is because it's not that it's, yes, the sinless life is important. Without a sinless life, you wouldn't have an unblemished lamb. But you have to have the unblemished lamb be God in human flesh. So, there's that sort of thing here, and you just have to be cognizant of that's what's going on here. So, anyway, That's the Romans 5:10 passage. So he's proof texting, I think, the 5:10 passage. The 1 Corinthians 15:17 passage is, again, let's just go back a bit here. Verse 13, but if there's no resurrection of the dead, not even Christ has been raised. And if Christ has not been raised, then our preaching is in vain, your faith is also in vain. 15 here. Moreover, we are even found to be false witnesses of God, because we have witnessed against God that he raised Christ, whom he did not raise, if fact the dead are not raised. For if the dead are not raised, not even Christ has been raised, and if Christ has not been raised, your faith is worthless, and you are still in your sins. Then those also who have fallen asleep in Christ have perished. Okay. Again, I'm not sure what he's driving at here. Verse 19 probably. If we have hoped in Christ in this life only, we are only of all men to most to be pitied. Okay. So again, I don't get his argument here. I don't think that works. Because, again, it's, Thompson, I mean, he says that it's Christ's life, not his death. 1 Corinthians 15 doesn't seem to address that. It's more, the whole thing is about his crucifixion and resurrection from the dead. Okay? And the whole argument of, are the dead resurrected? So, and Paul's making the statement here, if Christ has not been raised, which would be predicated on his life, then death has not been conquered, if Christ has not been raised from the dead. So, yeah, I think he's wrong here. And I think what he's saying here is heretical. So anyway, that's not having heard his thoughts firsthand, based only upon this super chat. That's what I would surmise. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. And BC for for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Proverbs 16:33, were random deterministics considered a legitimate method for inquiring of the Lord? Are they still valid if we phrase the questions well? Ooh, let's take that one. An interesting question. Proverbs. Verse 33. Okay. We'll take the full couplet here. He who is slow to anger is better than the mighty. He who rules his spirit than he who captures the city. The lot is cast into the lap, but every decision is from the Lord. All right. Now, it is true that the ancient Israelites did use random deterministics, and what you mean here is probably that they used, say, devices that could try to divine the will of God, like the Urim and the Thummim. These are a set of, like 20-sided dragon dice with Hebrew letters on it, in all likelihood. And they were used to spell out a word. And that would give, basically, the direction for what decisions they should take. Okay? So, that is going to be a consideration here, that they would draw lots when, say, for example, it's called now, when the replacement for Judas Iscariot was done, and the apostles chose Matthias. It was done by lot. So they had two suitable candidates, and they replaced his office by drawing lots. And that seems to be one of those random deterministics. They would also say, put a fleece out, and if there was dew on it, they would get one answer. If it was dry, they got another answer. So they did this. They did this. And there are many examples of this in the Bible, but there's also it's also very cautious as to what constitutes as legitimate methods here. Now, today we wouldn't use those same methods because we have, say, the Holy Spirit guiding us directly. Now, a lot of these deterministics were used because the Holy Spirit had not been released from the Holy of Holies, okay? The Shekinah glory that dwelled in the temple. The Holy Spirit was not yet available to be dwell in the hearts of all men. Okay? So we had not yet received the Comforter. So much of these random deterministics has been replaced by the direct instruction of the Holy Spirit. And if you look through the Acts of the Apostles, you see this, where the Holy Spirit is guiding, he's instructing, he's teaching, he's illuminating, he's doing all these things. So I don't think they're still valid as a method. They were done, as I said, as a substitution for not yet having the Holy Spirit. Today we have the Holy Spirit, so we don't need them anymore, and we shouldn't be using them anymore. Because again, they're a substitute. They're a second best to what the Holy Spirit actually gives us. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Right, the next super chat here is from Transatlantic Whirlwind for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What view do you take on Pentateuch authorship? Ooh, I take a very conservative supplementary hypothesis. Okay, now, what's a supplementary hypothesis? The supplementary hypothesis says that there were core documents of the Pentateuch that had been written that were later on updated for grammar, had some connecting text between the pages, few addendums added, little bits here and there, but the core documents are essentially from its original text or original author. Now, supplementary hypotheses tend to take two strains. You got both kind of a liberal and you got a conservative supplementary hypothesis. A liberal view of this is not much different than a documentary hypothesis, which says that the Pentateuchal documents, the texts, are Babylonian, and the Pentateuch is then the formation of the final editing of those Babylonian documents. The view I hold, a more conservative view of the supplementary hypothesis, is that the core documents come from Moses. And he gives those documents to Joshua, who then takes them and then starts editing them, having a contiguous text there that is pieced together using these documents. So that's the view I typically take, because there are some texts that in the Pentateuch that are definitely not Mosaic. Okay? Definitely not Mosaic. Like, for example, the death of Moses is one. There's also statements in there like Israel had no king in those days. Okay? That's obviously something that's written after the conquest. As probably a piece of editorial gloss. And there's also some editorial glosses, too, that also look like they've been added to as well. So, that's my take on the authorship of the Pentateuch. I think the core documents were done by Moses. I think they're pasted together by later editors. The grammar's updated to classical Hebrew standards. And then it sort of becomes ossified at that point. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. He asks the supplemental question here. Does any book hold the view you say and defend it? Oh, there's been some peer-reviewed articles on this. Benjamin Kilcore's is a person who holds this view. You find this view more often in European scholarship. So European scholarship tends to hold this to a much greater extent than, say, American scholarship, which is still very much in love with documentary hypothesis. But over in Europe, you find a lot more supplementary hypothesis these days. But I know Benjamin Kilcore has done work on this. So that's who I'd refer you to. I don't know if he's written a book on it. I know he's written some peer-reviewed articles, though. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Next super chat here is from Tom Wanchek. Brent Strong, who I love his work, says Bible in total is better seen as a poetic work rather than a fundamentally story, though it contains true history story. Thoughts? He's got a point. I wouldn't take it too far. Brent Strong is a really good scholar. I like his work a lot. And I think there's it depends on how you're going to define story too, because story is kind of a tricky word. History can be a story. Poetic epic can be a story. So it's a tricky word. So I really am not comfortable with saying, one side's more than the other. It's going to depend on what he means by that. So yeah, poetry can be truth. It's compressed language.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. So I think there's something to be said here that yes, there are poetic elements that's no, and there's some historic elements too. So I don't like to reduce it to I don't like reductionist thinking here. I don't think you can reduce this to one or the other. So I think that it's one of those cases where yes, this is a yes situation. So he's got a point. He's got a point that yeah, it's a poetic work. It does work. It's also I wouldn't say it should be read in a wooden literal fashion, but there are sections of it that are definitely literal. So at least in the historical grammatical sense. Yeah. It could be a comment against wooden literalism. So it's hard to know without knowing exactly what Thrawn means here. So anyway, that's probably how I'm going to have to answer that for this at the moment. So anyway, I will recommend his book though. The Old Testament is Dying. Great book, excellent book. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. JP for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Can you give any in-depth analysis of Zoroastrianism? Okay, I'm not an expert on Zoroastrianism. Okay, so I want to make that clear right now. It is a Persian religion, and it was the leading religion for the Persian Empire. It's a dualism. It's a theological dualism. So you have two gods. Ahura Mazda, which is the good god of light, and Angramania, which was the evil god of darkness. And you have this sort of tug of war between the two gods, essentially. Now, that's really all I know a little bit also about their funeral practices, which are a bit strange. Funerary practices are in Zoroastrianism is a, how do I say this? It is death by decomposition. Okay. They basically laid the death rites for Zoroastrianism, as I best recall this. Okay, so again, I'm not an expert on Zoroastrianism, but as I best recall, they leave their corpses out in an open courtyard to decay and be eaten by flying birds, by vultures. And then the bones are collected and then buried. So that's about all I know about Zoroastrianism. It's not a religion I've studied to any great extent. So, that's the best I can give you on this one. But it is a god of light and a god of darkness. It's a theological dualism, essentially. Two gods. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that maybe gave you some little bit of insight. But again, not an expert on Zoroastrianism. So what I could have said could all be wrong. All right. How's Kilchor spelled? Kilchor. Chor. Yep. At least I think you did. Okay, BC for $5 Australian. Okay. Wasn't God killing David's son a case of the child paying for the sins of the father? Isn't that against the rules? Well, not under Old Covenant. Or did that concept come later? Okay. Now, we have to be careful of one thing here. Okay? One thing here we have to be really super careful of. The part of the Pentateuch where it says, the son shall not pay for the sins of the father, is judicial fiat. It's part of the judicial system. Judicial system does not mean you're not going to pay for a judgment in other divine ways. Okay, there's a difference between divine justice here and, say, normal penal justice. The also thing is, though, we are talking here Old Covenant. Okay, remember the whole Jeremiah 31:31, where the Israelites, the fathers ate grapes and set their children's teeth on edge. This is an example where the Jeremiah 31 is talking about how the fathers are sinning and the children are paying the price. Because that's Old Covenant. That's exactly what Old Covenant is. In this case, David sins and the children pay the price. So we have to be careful here, as I say, to not confuse jurisprudence, regular Israelite jurisprudence, with Old Covenant and how that works with terms of divine judgment. So it's not so much that the concept came later. The concept is found earlier in Torah. It's just you can't misapply it. So that's one of the things we have to keep in mind here, is that there's a difference between, say, how human justice is meted out and how divine justice is done. Okay? And again, this could just even be consequences. This can just be plain old consequences of David's actions. So, yeah, nobody could kill a king. Yeah, no one could kill a king. But, we also have to keep in mind that, this might not even be God killing the child, by the way. It could be just letting the child die. I mean, we also have to keep in mind, infant mortality in the ancient world was incredibly high. This happened all the time. Because infant mortality was just so common. So God basically is telling David, hey, because you sinned, the kid's not going to live. The kid's not going to live. So, again, yeah, there's a judgment here. And, God could just be removing his protective hand from David. this would not be God necessarily killing the child to punish David, but at the same time, it's a consequence, and it is a judgment. So, but again, we can never confuse, say, how human justice is done versus how, say, the Old Covenant does this stuff. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hey, Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for sponsoring all those memberships. It's real fantastic that we've got all these members that are part of our community, and it's thanks to you, Jack. We really appreciate it. Okay, so sponsoring the next non super chat below. Okay, and that would be Darkblade. Who is the pharaoh Neferneferuaten? Okay. This is a controversial subject. This is one of the daughters, or potentially Nefertiti. This is a female pharaoh. And she reigns sometime after Smenkhare and before Tutankhamun. Okay. Now, one of the things is that after the death of Smenkhare, there was no clear line of succession. This part of the whole Amarna period is very, very controversial. Very controversial. And you get scholars who are all over the map on this. You get guys like James Allen. He'll say that there was no Smenkhare, but there was Neferneferuaten. Okay, I say that there's Smenkhare, and I'm kind of open to the idea of a Neferneferuaten. Now, who exactly is Neferneferuaten? We're not sure. That's what it comes down to, is we're just not sure. She reigns no more than 2 years. 2 years tops. She reigns 2 years tops. She could have been one of the 6 daughters of Akhenaten. She could also have been Nefertiti. We're just not sure. This is a throne name, so we're not sure what the given name was here. And because we're not sure what the given name was, it's kind of hard to figure out who it is. I attended one paper that suggested that Neferneferuaten was actually 2 of Akhenaten's daughters that reigned at the same time. I don't know if I bought their arguments. I'm kind of skeptical of their arguments, but it was a paper that was given at a American Research Center in Egypt conference, and that was their view, is that 2 of the daughters were co-reigning. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you, Jack Ray, for that super chat, and a very interesting question. I'm going to be looking more into the whole issue of Neferneferuaten, because I've read some stuff recently that's sort of piqued my curiosity about this figure. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of that research. At this point, I've taken a mostly agnostic view towards Neferneferuaten, but I'm definitely open to this being potential. So I'm no longer of the opinion that Neferneferuaten reigned at the same time as Tut, or was just necessarily another name for Smenkhare. But we'll see. We'll see what my research turns up ultimately. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'll take this non-super chat quickly. Nicholas Parker asks, do you use Logos Bible software? The answer is no, I don't. I use BibleWorks. So, Yeah, I don't actually need Logos Bible software for anything. So, I keep most of my books. I have a large collection of physical books. Um, yeah. So, yeah, I tend to just use BibleWorks if I need an electronic version of a Bible that I can search. Other than that, I use hard copies of most things. So, anyway, hope that helped. Thank you for the non-super chat. Okay, next one here is from Francis Dobbs, who asks, please answer my question above about anti-Semitism above in this chat. This membership is brought to you by Jack Ray. Everyone's memberships are being brought to by Jack Ray, and that's not quite true. We've had some people now who've renewed on their own, and we want to encourage you to do that because we want the memberships to grow. So we're so grateful for Jack Ray sponsoring the memberships, but we do ask eventually that you start supporting the channel as well. So we appreciate Jack Ray. Love the fact he's been so generous to us, and we really appreciate it. Now, your question above. See if I can find it here. 907-ish. Okay, trying to find it here. Francis Dobbs question. 815. Okay. Thank you for everybody's back. $15. Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. It just takes me a while to scroll that. Okay. Francis Dobbs asks, what can we as Christians do to address and combat anti-Semitism in the church? I recognize this is a broad question, so feel free to take it in the direction you want. Okay, yeah. Well, I think there's a few things we can do. First of all, we have to recognize that according to the book of Romans, God is not done with the Jews. He's not finished with them. They're part of the plan of redemption, as are the promises that were given to Abraham. They are part of the role of Christ redeeming the world. So he's not done with them. The second thing I think we can do is dump that horrible doctrine of supersessionism, which is a big fancy theological term that basically says that also comes sometimes called replacement theology. And replacement theology or supersessionism is the idea that the church assumes all the promises that were given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's just wrong. It's bad theology, and it has led to the idea that that there is to some anti-Semitic views. Second of all, third, I should say, we should also treat the Jews as our brothers. They're brothers in the worship of Yahweh. They're not saved unless they've come to accept Jesus as Messiah. So, but I do think that there is, Jesus is their Messiah. We're the branches grafted onto the tree. They're the natural branches. Okay? They're the natural branches. We're the interlopers. We're coming in from the outside. And we're being grafted on. So, we have to be grateful for that. There's an intellectual debt there. There's an intellectual debt. So, they went through the process of God using them to bring the message to us, essentially. I also would say too, support Messianic Jewish organizations like Chosen Peoples, Chosen People Ministries, Jews for Jesus. There's a lot of really good groups now that are, taking Christ to the Jews. So I think there's a lot we can do. There's a lot we can do. Also, the other thing, when we see anti-Semitism, call it out. Call it out. Don't let it stand. Say something. Say something. Call it out. The other thing I would say, is that we should go back to church. Go back to church. One of the things that we have seen, and we've seen it much more recently since the pandemic, is people aren't going to church anymore. Studies have shown that when you don't attend a church, you tend to take on radicalized, polarized aberrations of Christianity. The force that sort of keeps us moderated is in our iron sharpening iron activity that takes place when we are part of an active, growing community of Jesus Christ. Okay, you need the church. Okay, it's not a guarantee of that people won't radicalize. It's not a guarantee, and a lot of bad theology has come out of certain churches that is very anti-Semitic. I will admit it. Okay? But it's also one of the better remedies as well. So, get involved in the church, because we've seen in recent times where, say Christian nationalism is being driven by the conservative unchurched. That's frightening. It's very frightening. Okay. Whereas before COVID, this was not as big an issue because people were still part of faith communities. So that's basically a few of my disorganized thoughts here on how to address and combat anti-Semitism. When you see it, call it out. Remind people that Jesus is an Israelite. He's a Jew. That the Christian faith comes from Jewish roots. It's an Israelite faith. Get rid of those horrible doctrines like supersessionism. Get back to church. Okay? And then finally, as I said, support ministries that support the Messianic Jewish community, like Jews for Jesus and Chosen People ministries. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Okay, we've got here Bible Exegete for 10 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do you identify Larsa and King Arioch of Genesis 14? I have not. I'm still not sure about... I mean, we'll take a look at Genesis 14 here, but... and it came out in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar. And that could be Larsa. That's very, very possible. Kedar Leomar, king of Elam, Idil, king of Goyim. Now, one Shinar, Babylon, Elam, yeah, we know what that is. There's several candidates in that time of Hammurabi that have a name that's very, very similar. 3 candidates that have names very close to Kedar Leomar. As far as Arioch, king of Elasar, I'd have to look at, say, the king's list for Larsa to be sort of, to have any opinion on that. But take a quick look at my chronology here, see if there's anything that just pops up quickly. That's if you have, that's if we have a king list for Larsa of that period. So I'll have to check that. So let me just go to my groundhog here. And quick look here. Just do a quick chronology check here. Oh. Hammurabi there. King of Larsa. Sin. Yeah, I'd have to look into this a little more. We're coming. I'd have to do an etymological study of this to see if there's any potential candidates here. So, but nothing sort of jumps off the page at the moment. So I'll have to defer that question until I look at that a little more. That's assuming that it is Larsa. But you know, that's possible. That's a possible, but we're not really sure it is Larsa. So again, we're not quite sure. Yeah, Bible exegete, but it's not clear Lesser is Larsa. Exactly. That's the problem, is we're not sure. So it's going to be that's going to be very tricky, very tricky. And even if it was Larsa, it could be a puppet governor. You know, Arioch could have been a puppet governor in Larsa during the occupation of Hammurabi. So even if it was Larsa, you know, Arioch is not necessarily an independent ruler. He's not necessarily an independent ruler. He could very likely be just a puppet governor. A puppet king, essentially. So we also have to keep that in mind, and you're not going to see puppet kings as much in king lists. So anyway, that's probably the best we can do at the moment. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. I'll get Robertson for 20 Swedish kroners. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does Christ still have a body in heaven? Yes. Yes, he does. He's still the God-man. He's still the God-man. He hasn't ceased to have a body. During his resurrection, he resurrects as a embodied being. You know, and he says to Thomas, you know, check my wounds, put your fingers in my wounds, put your hand in my side. Handle me and see. A spirit does not have flesh and bone as you see me have. Okay? So he definitely still has a body. He's still the resurrected Lord. And even though he is in heaven, and there doesn't seem to be any problem with embodied beings going to heaven, like Enoch, like Elijah. This just seems to be something that is true of the nature of heaven that we just don't quite understand. We kind of think of heaven as just a spiritual realm. It's not just a spiritual realm. No. It's not. This is not Christian Halloween, where ghosts are floating around, going in white sheets, going woo. Okay, it's not that. That's not how heaven is. Okay. Now, do angelic beings? The more interesting question is, how do the angelic beings manifest themselves in heaven? That's an interesting question. We do know that angelic beings are able to manifest as with simulacra forms and simulacra bodies. So it's potentially possible that heaven is a place that has sort of a kind of a meeting ground between spirits embodied in simulacral bodies and basically these few resurrected humans, or humans that never died at all, that are walking around. Like, for example, we see Ezekiel. He's taken up into heaven, into the throne room of God. He's not going in the spirit; he's going in the body. Enoch his body's taken up. Elijah, his body is taken up. These are people that didn't die when they went to heaven. They have their bodies in heaven, and so does Christ, because he remains the resurrected Lord. And if he didn't have that body anymore, he wouldn't be resurrected anymore. He'd be dead. So, yes, absolutely, he still has his body in heaven. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JP for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are the Levitical sacrifices penal atonement? If so, can you explain how flour can be a substitute? Leviticus 5:5-11. All right. No. First of all, your answer to your first question is no. Not all Levitical sacrifices are blood atonement. And not all Levitical sacrifices serve the same function. So we should be clear about that to begin with. Okay. The sacrificial system had many types of sacrifices, which is what I think we're going to find here in Leviticus 5. But they're also not penal atonement. There is a couple of places where there is blood atonement. Now, we have to understand that penal substitution and blood atonement are not the same. Okay? Now, penal substitution is a kind of blood atonement, but not all blood atonement is penal substitution. So we have to be careful here not to commit a category error. So, but for example, let's take for example your Leviticus 5 here. So Leviticus 5 verses 5-11. So we have here. So it shall be when he becomes guilty in one of these, and one of those is a thoughtless oath, or being ritually unclean. Okay, touches a carcass, so now he's ritually unclean. So it shall be that when he becomes guilty, and here's the guilt. This is guilt of trespass, not guilt of rebellion. Rebellion is the big sin. Okay, trespass is a ritual overstepping. He shall bring his verse 6. He shall also bring his guilt offering to the Lord for his sin, which he has committed. Okay. Now, it's the word here is just chatach, which is just a generic for sin, which is a female from the flock, a lamb or a goat as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement on behalf of his sin. Okay. Now, we have to be careful of one thing here too. Is this sort of sin offering only works for iniquity and trespass. It does not work for rebellion. Rebellion can only be forgiven at Yom Kippur. That's the only time of the year it's forgiven or covered over. It's not really forgiven, it's covered over. So this is not in any way penal atonement. Okay, this is not penal atonement. It's basically a sacrifice to cover things over. So the sin's still there. The trespass is still there. But it's not wiped away. It's just covered over by the sacrifice. So this is not penal atonement. And it's, although it is a blood sacrifices, a blood atonement. So, again, not all sacrifices, not all blood atonements are penal atonements, but penal atonement is a blood atonement. So, that's how we would reconcile that. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. One here is from the Camilla Part for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Question below. Okay. I am currently writing a book set in the 14th century BC. Oh, wonderful. And I found myself needing to know about the land of Punt. What is known about Punt, specifically its ruler, religion, and architecture? Okay. The only sources for Punt is the Temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri. Now, I have written a peer review article on the some of the commodities that came out of Punt, and you're free to find that on my academia.edu site. And it's called The Products of Punt. Okay. So, 14th century BC, you're going to be talking about the time of Hatshepsut here, where she does her big trade missions. There's not a huge amount known about Punt, but almost all we know about it comes out of those reliefs at Deir el-Bahri. And it was Edward Neville who did the excavation. So you can find, if you want to take a look at those reliefs, his works are now out of copyright. You can download them, and I think you can even find them on like archive.org. But Edward Neville is the guy who did the archaeological, the site reports for Deir el-Bahri. Okay. So with that said, what do we actually know about Punt? Not that much. It seems to have been ruled by a queen, a very large queen, who is said to be stunning in beauty. Not my tastes, but okay. We don't know anything about the religion of Punt. We don't know anything about the architecture of Punt, at least not much in that era. We know a little bit about its products, what sort of products it traded, what it thought was valuable. Essentially, the Egyptians had set up this trading cycle with Punt. So they would build boats on the Gulf of Aqaba, or sorry, not the Gulf of Aqaba, the Gulf of Suez, and sail those boats down to Punt, and then they would trade for goods. The Egyptians would bring bronze tools. That was the big trading item. Was the Egyptians would bring axes and adzes and chisels and all these bronze tools. And then they would trade them with the people of Punt for gold and incense and wild animals and malachite, really. Malachite, big supplier of malachite. The Egyptians would then take all that back to Egypt. They'd take the malachite and they'd smelt it down to make more tools, more bronze tools that they would then go the next year to Punt to trade for more. And this sort of trading cycle continued until roughly the 20th dynasty, when the people of Punt got wise and discovered how to melt bronze for themselves. And that ended it. They didn't need the Egyptians anymore. So, so yeah, until then, we know that the people of Punt didn't know how to smelt copper. And because they didn't know how to smelt copper, they couldn't make their own bronze tools. Because the Egyptians kept that secret to themselves. So, yeah, somebody got smart, somebody got wise in Punt, and that brought the whole trading thing to an end. So, anyway, that's basically what we know about Punt. It's not very much. We do know that they had very, very incredible resources, incredible raw material resources. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Yeshua the King for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. In Islam, you can be killed for merely not wanting to be Muslim. How do the Old Testament apostasy laws differ? Thanks. Well, you usually didn't end up being killed for being an apostate. Now, we have to understand that the vast majority of ancient Israelites were pagan Baal worshippers. That's the vast majority of Israelites. If you want to say that there was one big religion that was worshipped in Israel, it was Baal worship. Even though, say, the prophets and the priests tried to get the people to worship Yahweh, people kept going back to Baal. Always consistency going back. Now, if you were a priest of Baal, that could end up getting killed if you had a certain showdown on a certain mount against a certain prophet who doused his certain altar with water and then set it on fire. Okay? Jack Ray says, too bad they didn't drop the ball sooner. Yeah, they should have dropped that ball a long time ago. They should have left that ball in Egypt. Yeah, really, that's where they should have left it, but they didn't. So apostasy did not normally result in death in Israel. Okay? So even though you could be killed for false prophecy can get you killed in Israel. Just simply worshiping another god did not get you killed. Because everyone was doing it there. They just didn't stop it. But then what happens is they end up going into exile. Because God takes his protection away from the Israelites. So it's not a law in that sense. It's not like in, say, the Islamic world where apostasy from, if you're a Muslim and you apostatize from the Islamic faith, you could be killed. It's not like that at all. It's more that if you do this, you will, you have broken the commandment of thou shalt have no other gods before me. But at the same time too, there was no penalty necessarily associated with that. And frankly, enforcement is these were more how do I say this? The penalties you do see in the Old Testament tend to be maximum penalties. In fact, almost every offense in the Old Testament, with the exception of murder, you can get out of it with a sacrifice or a fine or some sort of restitution. So you did get unfortunately problems where, say, if you had an entire town following after other gods, yeah, that could end up with the whole town getting wiped out. It's more like they treated apostasy in the Old Testament more like cancer than a virus that'll kill you immediately. So it's sort of only once it's spread out that anyone ever did anything about apostasy. So if you were worshipping Baal in the privacy of your home, nobody cared really. Even though you were disobeying God, disobeying Yahweh. But if it's spread to like an entire town, or you had people in a town, say, evangelizing for Baal worship, yeah, that could get you in some hot water very fast. But it wasn't treated the way that Islamic law treats apostasy. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And yeah, the two are different. The two are very, very different, and they were treated in different ways. Okay, mouthwash for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Money's tight. Sorry for asking 3 questions for $5. Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate the contribution. I mean, it helps us. I mean, frankly, we can't do these live streams and this ministry without your support. So we appreciate even the small super chats, and we're really grateful for them, honestly. So you there's no reason to be ashamed of this. We appreciate it, and we are really doing this as we want to do this as a ministry. Yeah, we want to make sure we serve our community. And it's become difficult to answer questions in the YouTube comments sections at this point, just because the channel has grown so big. So we always want to make sure we have these Friday sessions, even if I am a bit under the weather, which I am today, but okay. So we want to make sure that we serve you. That's why we're here. That's our goal, is to serve you. So 3 questions for $5. I don't mind. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Yeah, you got a great deal tonight. Fantastic. And we understand money can be tight. I mean, nobody understands that more than we do. I wouldn't be working at my job, my day job, lifting heavy objects if money wasn't tight on this end too. So we understand this completely, and we totally sympathize. And we're grateful that you were willing to support the channel. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Okay, are we at the end of the super chats? It looks like it. Oh, wait, maybe we're not. Okay, it skipped on me. All right, one more super chat, and then we'll get some non-super chats done. Okay, the Camelo part, $2. For the same book, what did Egyptians call Greeks? I believe they called them the Keftiu. And I think I believe that's what they called them. Do a double check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how they were called. They were called the Keftiu. Just a quick fact check just to be sure, but I believe that's what they were called. Books. I'm going to look this up in Hannick's dictionary. Because Hannick's is sort of the updated Vertibook. Very expensive dictionary, by the way. Very, very expensive dictionary. But yeah, Keftiu, spelled like that. Warrior of the Most High. Let me just do a quick double check just to make sure. H is here. S. U. K. Okay. And by the way, this dictionary is in German, because the best dictionaries are often in German. Yeah. Okay. Damn it. Q. Try to do a quick look at a dictionary here. I think it is a Keftiu. That's just off the top of my head. I'm not finding it in the dictionary at the moment because sorting through this is kind of difficult. Now I'd have to look it up to be sure, but yeah, I believe it's Keftiu. So that's why I think that's what the Greeks are. So anyway, that's the best I can do at the top of my head. Maybe there's one other place I can check here. Let's check in Let's go. Find. Faulkner may have it. No, it doesn't have any place names there. So yeah, I probably have to look it up offline. So anyway, that's the best I can give you at the moment. But that's what I think it is. Yeah, the Bible exegetes, Bible calls Crete Kaftor similar to Keftiu. Yeah, similar. Yeah. So that's probably the best I can give you right now. So that's just off the top of my head. So, if you come on to the Discord, I can look it up for you and put it on the Discord server. That reminds me, if you want to continue the conversation, we do have as our social platform Discord. Great place to come and just continue to just talk and socialize. It's not we don't answer questions on the Discord really, but Rasmussen Beer Edition. Wait, there's a Discord server? No way! Oh yes, we have a very active Discord server. Oh, we have a great Discord server. Okay. We have several, of course, channels on the Discord server. We have Ancient Egypt and the Bible, or Egypt and the Bible memes. We have a theology section, a logic section. We have an entire channel just to Dr. Falk rumors. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of the live stream here. So absolutely, we have a live stream, a Discord server, and it's very active. So you'll also get a lot of insider information too. Always couched as a rumor, though, which we don't normally confirm or deny rumors, but you'll see some very interesting rumors there. Yeah, he says, "Let's go." Okay. So anyway, I would encourage people to join our Discord server, and because it's a really neat place. It's a really neat place. Again, it's not a place where we answer questions, but it is a place where we socialize. So again, the Discord link is in the description, so you'll find it there. Yeah, and Warrior Most High points out we talk about video games, anime, movies, all sorts of things. Also, some of the latest stuff that we're doing as well. So when we do start doing some new projects, we'll often talk about it sometimes in there too. So absolutely, it's a great place to be, and it's a positive community. It's a positive community. So anyway, I hope you join us. All right, so that's the last of the super chats. So now we are going to move on now to the non-super chats. So it's 10:45. I do have to go to work tomorrow, so you're not going to be keeping me up all night tonight. But we are going to take some non-super chats here. So let's go grab some. Okay. And let's see what we got here. And this time, all right, I'll take this one here. From Darkblade. And he asks, why does Egyptian linguistic influence fall off a cliff after the Exodus? Leviticus and Numbers combined have 48 occurrences of Egyptian loanwords. 381 in Exodus and Numbers, 333 in Exodus itself. Okay. The reason why is because the language starts changing very quickly. Now, when the Israelites are in Egypt, they are speaking a dialect of Amorite. And we now know this because of the Amorite tablets that have been recently discovered, that they're so close to Hebrew. We pretty much, we had the suspicion. We had the suspicion that the two languages were incredibly close. Okay. We just didn't know how close. Now we know they're incredibly close. So in Egypt, they're speaking Egyptian, they're speaking an Amorite dialect. But once they start wandering the Sinai, they start encountering other people groups who are speaking a Western Semitic dialect. So their language is going to change over that 40 years in the wilderness. They're not going to have the same sort of context they have with the Egyptians. They are going to be in contact with basically wandering groups of Semites, like the Shasu. Okay, they're going to be encountering Edomites. They're going to be encountering Amalekites. So they're going to be encountering these some Western Semitic speaking groups. So their language is going to shift. It's going to shift away from say Amorite, an Amorite Egyptian sort of Creole, to a more Semitic dialect. Now, Amorite is a Semitic dialect. It's an East Semitic dialect, but it's a Semitic dialect. So it's going to make that change. It's going to make that transition from being an Eastern Semitic language to a Western Semitic language. And it's going to do that in the 40 years of the wandering. So when we see how the say the Pentateuch was written, and there does seem to be a rough chronological order from Exodus through to Numbers, and even into Deuteronomy. So as that progress is being made over time, we do see that the language is changing to be less and less Egyptian. The early documents of the wandering, which includes the Book of Exodus, are going to be heavily laden with Egyptian loanwords. But the Pentateuch was not written over a small period of time. It was written over that 40 years. At that 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. So by the end of that 40 years, the Israelites are going to be largely de-Egyptianized. So they're no longer culturally Egyptian anymore. They're more culturally Semitic at that point. So that's going to be a large factor that explains why the influence of Egyptian language is going to drop off after, say, the Book of Exodus. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, and very much appreciated. I'll take that there. Bible Exegete says, do you think Anachronisms can handle the approximate time the Pentateuch was finished in the form we have? It depends. It depends. Because some of these anachronisms, and one of the things is we're talking here about a lot of those anachronisms are not true anachronisms. For example, they're like a lot of them are retrojections. And that definitely can give us a time when the Pentateuch was finalized. Definitely. At least when the source texts are written. Like, for example, in Genesis, we've got several of cultural markers in there that are very much retrojective. Very much retrojective. Like, for example, we have the reference to Pharaoh in the book of Genesis, where Joseph goes and talks to Pharaoh. Well, Pharaoh was not a title used until Tutmosis III. So that part would have been written after Tutmosis III. We have a reference to the land of Ramses. Okay, so that tells us that part of Genesis wasn't written until after basically the reign of at least the first Ramesside, who was Ramses I. So you're talking 19th dynasty at that point. So we do see these anachronisms, like, for example, the Philistines, the sea peoples being referenced in Genesis is another retrojective term. It's retrojective of the composition of Canaan at the time when they're writing this. So we know the first sea peoples groups make their entry into Canaan during the Amarna period. So it does actually give us a really good sort of way to narrow down, say, the dating of the Pentateuchal documents. But again, I'm not all anachronisms are really truly anachronisms. A lot of them are retrojections, and that's a literary device that everyone uses. Everyone uses retrojections. Otherwise, our language gets so clumsy, it's really hard to sort things out. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. Okay. Okay, this is an interesting question. Camilla Pard, this is highly cosmetic, but with Genesis 1:1 being a title, would adding a colon at the end of it make it clearer when reading the text? Maybe for an English speaker, sure. Possible. But it's hard to say. We're not really I don't want to encourage the idiosyncratic use of grammar and punctuation. We had enough of that in the NASB. The editors of the NASB try to make things like this clearer using punctuation, and just confuse people. It just really confused people. It looked ugly too. This is why, says the I love the NASB. Okay, I love the New American Standard Bible. It's a great translation. It's good Hebrew and Greek renderings, good renderings from the Hebrew and Greek. It just has the worst English grammar and punctuation you'll ever see in a Bible. Terrible. Terrible. Great Greek and Hebrew, terrible English. So that said, that's because they did focus on the Greek and Hebrew and trying to get it to a point where you can understand what's going on underneath the hood. So, adding a colon I don't think would make things much clearer, but it's also, maybe, who knows? So, but again, once you start using idiosyncratic use of punctuation like this, our highly literate audiences of today may not be able to still understand what's happening in it. So anyway, thank you for the question, and I hope that helped. We got a donation here from Jack Ray. Thank you very much for that super chat. $5 for the coffee fund. Well, thank you very much. We have been going through the coffee tonight. So we do appreciate the support of the coffee fund. We very much appreciate it. And as I said, we have been going through the coffee today. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your support of our channel. Okay, let's take some more non-super chats here. Okay, and Contagious Pete, what kind of coffee? Um, wait for that to come up here. Okay. We drink Costco. Costco coffee. The next question here. Sorry. The one I wanted. Let's see here. Well, the next one here from. There we go. From Rattenzer Beer Edition. Oh yeah, Dr. Falk. Since we're at the very end, would we be allowed to send a question again so it's easier for you to see in it? RN. Or not. Oh, okay. Okay. Here's what we do. We post the thumbnail to our live streams Monday or Tuesday, usually Monday now. We used to do it Tuesday, but we are not going to be going back through the live chat here to glean questions, okay? If we did that, we'd never keep up with things, okay? It just makes it too difficult. So I wouldn't recommend, definitely do not don't double post a question, first of all. Second of all, don't post it here if you want it to be answered next week. Okay? If you want your question answered next week, post I would recommend this, which is we put the thumbnail up on Monday or Tuesday and post on the live chat Monday or Tuesday. Okay? Or up to any time leading up. That gives me lots of time to consider the questions. I see all the questions coming in. And and I think that's probably, if it's a good question, we'll take it. If it's not, we might give it a pass. But that's really what we do. Is we as soon as we put up that thumbnail, we start looking for questions. And we don't go through past live streams looking for questions. Okay? So so anyway, thank you very much for that question, and I hope that helped. Okay. Jack Race sponsoring a at Ratzinger Beer Edition question. Okay, and he sponsors a second one. Okay. So there's two. Okay. Okay, well, let's see here. I'm going to go back and I'm going to look for him. And which questions would he be doing here? Looking for a question. Posted a second one. Okay, where is that? What's the timestamp? Oh, okay. All right, we'll take that one because I can see that one. Okay. What do you think of the Greek Septuagint versus the Masoretic? Okay. I have a preference towards the Masoretic myself, as far as a reading edition. But I tend to use text criticism when I do my biblical work. Okay, so I use the Septuagint as a source. We know that the apostles occasionally use the Septuagint. So they consider that to be scripture. But they also use the Masoretic as well. So there doesn't seem to be one sort of standard text in the first century. So my views on, say, Septuagint versus Masoretic versus Samaritan Pentateuch versus Dead Sea Scrolls is going to depend largely upon, say, the reading itself. Sometimes I side with the Septuagint. Sometimes I side with the Masoretic. I've even sided with the Samaritan Pentateuch at times. So I don't think there's one sort of. We know that the Septuagint is an old edition. We know that its translation was done around the 3rd century BC. So it's based on a very old text. In some ways older than the Masoretic text. But we also know from the Dead Sea Scrolls that the readings does not confirm one edition over the other. That almost every time you have to take this on a case-by-case basis. So, I don't have a huge problem with using the Septuagint. I use it myself in my text critical work. But I also know it's a translation. And sometimes they got that translation wrong. Very wrong. So, there's times when I think that one has the advantage over the other, but it's going to be a case-by-case basis. It's the only way you can really do text critical work for the Old Testament. So, okay. Please enter name. Okay. Discord isn't working. Well, that is odd. Yeah, please enter name. Your Discord link is not working for me, and you have 2 different ones in the description. I'm sorry, I just usually don't have a problem for it. One isn't working for me. Okay, we haven't changed that in the longest time. So we'll see what's going on with that probably after the live stream. Okay. So looks like we have some people that got on, like Ratzinger Beer Edition, he got on. So let me just do a double check to see who's gotten recently. Yeah, we've had some people just join. So we've had 2 people just join in the last 20 minutes. It is working. It's the same invite code. So yeah, it's should be the Q5 invite code. So just do a quick check of description here just to make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing here. And let's see, content, the description. I don't see a second. I'll put this link in the chat here. So, but this should be the invite code, the proper invite code. I'll put that in link in the live stream. So, okay, so we'll put this into the live stream. So there's the Discord code. Okay, so it's in the live chat. So that should help to at least separate it out. So that hasn't changed in forever. So that's been for a long. We've had that for a long time. So yeah, you might want to try an incognito window. That might help too. So because sometimes, especially if you have certain browsers, they will actually try to intercept a link like this. So just keep that in mind too. All right. So just keep that in mind. All right. So anyway, I hope that works. It should work. It's the only invite code we have at the moment. So okay. So let's get back to the non-super chats here. It's already a little after 11. So no. I'll take that question too. Get that 1106 question here when it comes up. Um, all right. All right, let's come up here. Hey, Dr. Falk, do you quick questions if someone DMs you on the Discord or not? No, we don't do that. Yeah, that's what Friday nights are for. So we confine the questions just to the live stream and the live chat of the live stream. So that's the only source we're going to take questions from. So if you want to put a question in, wait for the thumbnail to come up Monday, and after that, it's open season. You can put it in the live chat. It will look to you like it's dropped off. It hasn't. I've seen it. Okay? So, this is the only place where we take questions. Okay? So, yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is that Jack Ray says, live stream helps for all to hear the answers. And that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that every question that comes in gets an answer that's heard publicly. Because when we first started doing the YouTube channel, we used to get just a ton of email messages and Facebook instant messages, and basically asking questions. We even got this on Twitter, where they would ask us a question just for themselves, just for the privacy of their own inquiry. It's not a good use of my time. It's just not a good use of my time. We want to make sure that this information gets disseminated to as many people as possible. This is why we primarily take questions now publicly. So, this is also why we charge money for private consultations too. Okay? Okay? Because we do, yeah, we do get people who do ask for private consultations for private questions. Okay? Or particularly for projects later, they're doing like video games and novels and that sort of thing. But we generally charge for that. And the reason why is because it's going for, when I do those private consultations, it's denying the community a piece of my time. That's time I'm not putting into videos, writing scripts, answering questions on the live stream. So, you know, so anyway, that's why we do this. That's why we do this very publicly. So the questions are public, answers are public. And that's why we do it restricted to only this session, or only the session of the live stream. Now, if we don't take your question this week, you're always free to repost it next week. Okay, and that's happened. That's happened. There's been questions that you know, some people have asked like 6 times after, it's like 6 live streams in a row, and it's like, okay, finally we'll take it. We'll take it. But yeah, that's true. Also, BC. If a man stops to answer every question, he can never go full time. That's true. That's very true. And that's why we started the live stream, you know, because it became a time sink. We couldn't manage it. There were so many questions that we just, Talbot Slade, full time. I would really like to get back to writing. That's really where I would like to, and that's where I think we can also, this can also be a benefit, is that books are, in a sense, kind of like the public questions. They're published, people can buy them, people get a great resource, many people have access to it. You know, even if they just go to a library, they can look it up there. So, yeah, that's also true, you know. BC, no full-time means no new books. Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, that's sort of the effect. So, but we really do want to keep the questions public. So we don't take questions from Facebook. We don't take questions from the Discord. Sometimes, very rarely, I'll answer one on Discord, but it's not the point of the Discord. The point of the Discord is to have fun. It's to socialize in a caring community. Okay, that's what it's for, is to bring this community in a place where we can sort of, care for each other. We have a prayer section. We have a prayer section in our Discord server where we pray for each other. I think that's incredible. The fact we can do this is an incredible, resource, and it's a way to support our community through prayer and through just, being there for each other. Triple full time. Well, Warrior of the Most High, triple full time, is that what I'm already doing? 60
people.
Oh.
That means we could take it.
Well, you know what Paul says, a teacher who labors faithfully is worth double honor. Yeah, not that that's ever done anymore, but hey, times change. So anyway, so that's why we limit the questions to that particular live stream. Okay. So anyway, thank you for that question. I'm glad you asked that question because we want to make it clear that we don't take questions on Discord. Okay. 1106. Rattenser Beer Edition at Kierfunk. It was, what does he think about Trinitarian theology like modalism? It's not Trinitarian. Does he believe in the absolute divine simplicity or the filioque? I do not support the filioque. I do. I'm an. How do I say this? I'm an Athanasian style Trinitarian. Okay. Modalism isn't Trinitarianism. It's basically context switching for the persons. It's not three persons eternally existing. Okay. So that's funny. Yeah, and Alkovic. That's modalism, Patrick. Anyone who's seen Lutheran satire knows this. Oh yeah. Modalism is tripolar.
That's the better jokes.
Modalism basically collapses God, not Trinitarian at all. Yeah, it's not Trinitarian at all. Modalism's tripolar. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so my general thoughts here is I'm not a supporter of the doctrine of eternal generation. Okay. So a lot of that way that creed was originally written is, like, for example, in the Nicene Creed, it talks about the Son proceeding from the Father. That's code speak for the doctrine of eternal generation. Now, for those of you who don't know what the doctrine of eternal generation is, it was a form of Trinitarian theology that you find in the early church. Particular, and it still holds to some extent in like Eastern Orthodoxy. And the doctrine of eternal generation is the idea that before the world was created, before time itself, God was one substance and one person. And that he spun out the substance of the Son. Okay? And then the Father spun out the substance of the Holy Spirit to make three persons prior to the creation. That's the doctrine of eternal generation. And it was a way for the early church to try to explain how God is both one in the Old Testament and Trinity in the New Testament. there's problems with that view. I mean, it's still a kind of Trinitarianism, but the problem is it's quite frankly unnecessary. Because what Athanasius essentially said was, you don't need that. You don't need that explanation. You can just basically, God was triune always, before even the foundation of the world. And it solves certain problems in philosophy that I think are much better. It's a much better explanation. Such as, how can God be good if there was only God before creation? Well, in a full Athanasian Trinitarian rubric, you have the persons of the Trinity being good to each other. So that's how you can get a good God out of a Trinitarian point, Athanasian Trinitarian point of view. Oh yeah, I'll agree with that, Ressinger. Athanasius was epic. He was totally epic. He was a firebrand. He was a real firebrand. I like that guy a lot. I like him a lot. And he was right. He was right. So, I do say, for example, I reject the filioque because I reject it because I don't accept the underlying premise of eternal generation that goes into that. So that's why I tend to reject that as well. So no, he's not a myth. He was at the Council of Nicaea. But oh, is he being facetious? Okay. Oh, my honest is being cheeky. You're being cheeky. All through the cheek. We can't always tell who's being serious and who isn't. Oh yeah, we do get some very strange comments sometimes, and yeah. Oh no. Darkblade, a new AI chatbot called FalkGBT. I think that's Trash Panda. We already have an AI chatbot called Trash Panda. You'll see it on the Discord server. Oh yes, the council that had Santa Claus. You know, that whole thing about Saint Nicholas punching Arius in the face. Um, it probably never happened, but boy, I'd so love it if it did. I mean, that was just. Okay, we'll take this one too once it comes up here. Oh wait. Some quotes here from Trash Panda. Trash Panda has no shame. Greta says, "How dare you?" Wait, guys. Dr. Falk has a guitar in the background. Yes, he does. uh Saint Nicholas. I just did. Saint Nicholas punching Arius in the face. Now we know the winner of that cage match. Oh dear. Kimmel apart. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe in a so-called council that sought wisdom from tooth fairies and Easter bunnies. Yeah, there's people who believe that. I mean, there's people who really believe this. I mean, just some council get blamed for everything. I mean, everything they. It's just bizarre. Just bizarre. All right. So. I think we're going to take a few more super chats. Or not super chats, sorry, some non-super chats here, because I'm running out of coffee again. Uh, Oh, Darkblade. Oh, you would ask me a geeky chronology question. You know I can't resist a good chronology question. I can't resist a good grammar question, and I can't resist a good chronology question. And Darkblade asks, who has the worst Egyptian chronology? Roll, Down, or Roger Perlman? I don't know Roger Perlman's chronology. I haven't seen that, but that just might be that I haven't encountered it, or it's on my bookshelf and I just haven't read it. Okay, so I can't comment on Perlman. Down and Roll I can comment on. Both are atrocious, but Downs is worse. Down is probably the worst one that I've encountered so far. And that's because he's basing it on Corville and Velikovsky. And Down is kind of a David Down is a Corville maximalist, and it's just garbage. It's just garbage. You know, anybody who follows Corville doesn't know what they're talking about, really. So, yeah, but you know what? A lot of people follow Down. Yeah, Down with Down. Yeah, well. Yeah, we got the puns coming out. You aren't down with Down? Is he a real downer? Okay. Well, a lot of these guys are just trying to I mean, you see a lot of young Earth creationists support Down's chronology. And the reason why they do it is because to try to get Egyptian chronology to fit with a 2350 BC date of the global flood. And it just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. So, you know, it's terrible work. Terrible. Oh, yes. Danny Dement, sad to see Roll's chronology seeming to pick up steam in some circles. Though, well, yeah, it does. You can thank Patterns of Evidence for that. I mean, that's really what got going. Is it was really Patterns of Evidence that breathed new life into Roll's chronology, and it's a terrible chronology. We've actually tested 3 iterations of Roll's chronology in Groundhog, and they're completely bankrupt. All of them. I've never seen. I mean, besides, I mean, despite let's say Corville's chronology, which is a special case, it's one of the worst chronologies I have seen. Roll's chronology has 40 points of internal inconsistency. 40. It's impossible. It's essentially an impossible chronology. Let's see if I can put that up. See if I can do. I'll put up a link here. Oh my God, I can pull this up. Now you can see for yourself how bad this is. It's probably going to take me time to find it, unfortunately, but maybe I can do this quickly. Let me see here. Got to poke into my server here just to see this. But let me see if I can find this quickly. CD. Roll 2 HTML. Okay, so there. Now, when you run this, you do have to load the unsafe scripts. They're not unsafe. We've used them all the time. But if you want to see how bad Roll's chronology is, here is, you can see what the groundhog results are. So there you go, guys. Have fun with that. If you want a good laugh. Okay. Rattinger Beer Edition. Dr. Falk, is it true that your best friend is inspiring philosophy? I don't confirm or deny rumors. So yeah. So I will neither confirm nor deny that. We are friends, though. Okay, let's see. Let me take a couple more non-super chats here. And take a few more non-super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. Back to where I was. You do have to go up into your... It'll only work on certain browsers. Like it'll work on Komodo. You have to go up into you have to activate the scripts. Okay, if you don't activate the scripts, you won't see anything. Okay. But I can show you just quickly on the... Let me just put up the window here. And we can show you the window here. So let me just put up a browser window. Browser. Okay. Okay, and window capture. There it is. All right. Chrome might work, but there's the window. So let's say we rerun this. Okay. You'll have to go and activate there'll be usually an item in the top right where we have to upload the scripts, or sorry, working fine in Edge. Okay, well that's cool. You just gotta allow the scripts to work. Yeah. So you can see here from all the red, pink, orange, those are errors. Okay, those are all errors. In the case of, say, a light red or sorry, a orange-ish error, those are errors where the chronology is out of sync by 2 years or less. The ones in the red are those that are in error more than 2 years. The sequence, the king lists, the dynasties that are bordered in pink, those are dynasties for which a rational chronology cannot even be calculated because it's so badly wrong. And you can just see this is just, it's terrible. I mean, it's not a chronology that can be redeemed, essentially. So yeah, so it tried according to the information from the testing suite, it tried 512 variations of Rolls chronology. This program really tries to make a chronology work. So, my eyes. Yeah, it's one of the it's one of the worst chronologies we've ever tested. I mean, we have tested other chronologies. There was one that we did where somebody tried to redo the kings of Israel using a compressed kind of dating system, and it didn't work very well. It didn't work, but it was nowhere near as bad as David Rolls. I mean, David Rolls is just yeah. Yan Alkovic says, "Great Scott, this is horrible." Oh yeah, it's total. I mean, this is a train wreck. And what I find really odd about this is when David Roll has been asked about this. Why his chronology isn't accepted, and people will say, "Okay, your chronology is internally inconsistent," and he'll go, "Oh, well, that's internal consistency. Oh, that's something for future generations to fix." I love his. Oh, yeah. He's trying to tell us that this is the right chronology, and yet he hand waves the whole idea of internal consistency as something future people will fix for him.
It doesn't.
Oh, yeah, I agree. BC looks like the back of an embroidery project. Yeah, that's actually, I'll bring it back up here. That's actually a pretty good description. Yeah, it does look a lot like the back of an embroidery project. Yeah, it's awful. Now, here's we'll compare this here. I'll compare this to a chronology that actually works right beside it. Okay, here's one that actually works. And the one thing you'll see is it's all in green. Okay? All in green. So this is the dashboard for Groundhog. So you can see how a properly working chronology works, how it's supposed to look, versus one that's, well, yeah, like that. So that's a comparison, and that's actually a good look at our Groundhog. Basically, how modern chronologists do chronology is we plug in the data and we get the computer to figure out the dates. So, come apart. I'll take that question too because it's another geeky one. Come apart asks, could one use a similar system to date events in the Bible? Yes, it can be done. The problem is going to be you're going to have to work this out. You have to adapt it for clans. So if you adapt it for clans, yeah, you could do this. There's no reason not to. But it's possible to do. It's possible to do. But again, there's how to say this. Some of the dating that are the lifespans of the clans have honorific transposition, and that's going to be really, really difficult to make that work because it's not doing the Dolodotes are not being done in a way that's sequential. It's not being done in that way at all. So, clearly it's Exodus, Gods and Kings. Oh boy. Ugh, too much work. Yeah, it's a lot of work, yeah. Yeah. It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do a chronology. At least to do one in a way that's competent. That's the problem. I mean, anyone can do a chronology. And for the longest time, anyone did do a chronology. But it's really, really difficult to make one that works, internal consistent, and is potentially valid. So yeah. It's not a game for dilettantes. It's not a game for amateurs. But it does seem to play. Camilla Part. So I can make it incompetent one effortlessly. Great.
And that's what
Corville. There you go. David down. Yeah.
why do work when I
Exactly. Why do work when you can just make it up? It's just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. All right. Sir, wait, does Dr. Falk watch anime? Yes, he does. I do watch anime. Chronology by dartboard. Oh yeah, so so totally chronology by dartboard. Ramses the second, Tutmosis the third, same person, right? Oh boy. Oh wow. Michael Gee says, "Are you knocking data-free analysis? Maybe just a little. Maybe. Evidence? Evidence? Why would we use evidence? Are you kidding me? Evidence is for chumps." A truly great thinker doesn't need evidence. Okay, and we've just had a really generous super chat here from Talbot Slade for $1.99. Thank you so very much for the super chat. And he asks, why did Moses break the Ten Commandment tablets? I heard it was not from anger. I figured I would get you to drink more coffee. Yes, okay. Thank you. Okay. Because the covenant was broken before it was even ratified. Okay. Here's the issue. With the Ten Commandments, there's a God creates basically writes on the tablet with his own finger, and he's before God, and he's got these tablets, and he goes down, and he sees the Israelites. God says he's going to punish the Israelites, and Moses says, no, don't punish them, because otherwise the foreign nations will rubbish your name. You don't want them to do that. So, have mercy on them. And the Lord says, okay, I'll relent. And so he goes down and he sees what's happening. He sees the gold bull. Now, the golden calf, probably only about yay big. Really, probably really tiny. It's not a big piece. Not a big piece. And none of these idols were big pieces. I mean, Hollywood portrays the golden calf as this big, massive calf, and it's not like that at all. They're tiny. They're tiny. But they are put on a pillar of some kind, so the people will see this, and so he sees that already the covenant is broken before it's even ratified. Before they fine print and the ink is sort of the inscription is, the dust is removed from the inscription, it's already broken. Okay? This is what we call a parabolic act. It's a parabolic act. An act to show a certain thing has happened. Okay? Where the act itself is done to convey something bigger. And like, for example, an example of a parabolic act is when the prophet, I think it's Hosea, marries Gomer, the prostitute, the harlot. That's a parabolic act. It's a parabolic act to show that Israel has herself been unfaithful. She's the bride of God. And yet they're playing the harlot. Okay? So that was a parabolic act, and this is a parabolic act. Israel already broke the covenant before it's ratified. And the ratification of that covenant takes place when the Shekinah glory fills the tabernacle. It fills the tabernacle. And God starts tabernacling with his people. And this is at the same time, too, the act that the Israelites, to show their obedience of the law, is to keep the Sabbath. Okay? So, I'll take your follow-up question in just a moment, but let me finish up my thoughts here. Okay? So, by breaking the tablets, he is showing the people that the covenant with their God is now broken. So, you could say it's a legal act, but I'll just take your comment here and then we'll leverage on that. Okay. Talbot adds, I heard that a contract is broken by breaking tablets, like Moses via God was pulling out his side of the agreement. It's not how, when a covenant is broken, and this is a suzerain treaty. Okay? Oh, I should explain what a suzerain treaty is. A suzerain is a foreign leader that conquers a city. He conquers a city, and he creates a treaty with the people. A peace treaty, essentially a peace treaty. And in this peace treaty, there are terms and conditions. Okay? In a lot of these peace treaties, and we find a bunch of them in the ancient Near East, the suzerain basically says, hey, okay, if you promise not to revolt and give me tribute, I will come back and break skulls. Okay? But if you stop giving me tribute and you disobey, I'll come back and break skulls. Okay? So, that's the terms and conditions of a suzerain treaty. So, the way what happens is, as soon as a suzerain treaty is broken, the terms and conditions kick in. So this is not how we would normally expect when a treaty is broken to be shown. Basically, this is something different. And people did break suzerain treaties all the time. Okay? No one ever broke the copies of the treaties to show that the treaty itself is broken. Okay, so this is something unique to Moses, as Moses is as say a prophet. Okay, so what would happen is God would take his blessings away from Israel, and that's generally how God showed his blessings and his protection. So that's how God. That's sort of the disobedience clause. If you disobey the covenant, if you break the covenant, you'll have plagues, you'll have cursing, you'll have war, you'll have all that bad stuff. Okay? So that's typically how that treaty would have been shown. Now, the agreement is still in this agreement is still in that negotiation phase when the tablets are broken. So it has not been ratified. Okay? It's not yet. It's the agreement. The people already agreed to the terms and conditions of their suzerain. So they're already in a state of disobedience when the tablets are broken. So God wasn't pulling out of his side of the agreement. But what Moses was showing was that, hey, okay, you haven't even ratified this and you're already rebelling. You're going to end up with all these bad things. And frankly, Moses' anger does get the better of him here. In fact, his punishment of the people, more people die at Moses' hand than at God's hand. God is a lot more restrained about his judgment on the people than Moses is. The Camel Leopard. Moses, angry? Unheard of. Yeah, he had a real anger problem. So much so he misrepresented how God would react. And he did this a couple times in Torah. Because he misrepresented what God said, that's what ultimately denied him entry into the Promised Land. Oh yeah, my producer here makes a great point. This is a warning to people who are also self-righteous or have their own pet sins. Okay? They can, if you misrepresent God, that's a problem that can really, not be a good thing for you in the long run. Okay? You never want to misrepresent what the Lord is saying. This is why we have to handle the scriptures with care. We have to handle the scriptures with care, attention, detail. We have to make sure we do our exegesis properly. We have to stop doing proof texting. We have to be responsible in how we teach the Bible. So I think that there's a lot of... So, and this is what happened with Moses. Moses did misrepresent God in some cases, especially when he strikes the rock. And probably here too, with the breaking of those tablets. There's also a misrepresentation through a parabolic act. Now, he's doing it through a parabolic act, but it is, in a sense, misrepresenting God's anger. And in doing so, Moses' anger goes berserk. So it's a half. So Slade, it's a half truth, or Talbot. It's a half truth that let's get you back to your super chat here because it's actually right there. So here's what's the half truth. There's a mixture here of Moses' anger, but he's doing it as a parabolic act, not to show that the contract is broken. Because the contract has not been ratified. So that's what's sort of going on here. So it's a bit of both. You got a parabolic act that he's showing through his anger. Okay, so it's going to be, it would be both. So that's probably the best way to describe it. Because again, in short, suzerain treaties are not nullified in this way. Suzerain treaties have consequences. As soon as the people agreed, that suzerain treaty would be, they've recognized the suzerain. And the suzerain is then free to do whatever stipulations are enacted in the treaty. So, and in this case, it's taking away God's blessing and protection. So anyway, thank you very much for that really, really generous super chat. We thank you so much. It's a great question, and I hope that helped. Okay, we're good. Almost 10 minutes to midnight here. We are going to take one more super chat, probably, and then we're going to call it a night. I do have to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, and up here. We need suzerain t-shirt. That's funny. Oh boy. BC, we need suzerain t-shirts. Oh boy. For the podcast listeners, it's spelled SUE space ZERIN. Ah, boy. Uh, okay. Talbot Slave for another 199. A very generous super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Your support has really helped keep this channel going and is moving us towards full time, and we really appreciate that. Okay, and he asks, did that 3 fish painting behind you come with the apartment, or is it your own work? Okay, it's 3 poppies. It's 3 poppies. And it was actually done by my producer. So she's the artistic talent with the painting. We both have our artistic talents, but that one's not my work. That's her work. So, oh boy. So anyway, it's a great painting. We love having it up there, and it's just I can see where you could think it's 3 fish. Yeah, I can see that. But it is actually 3 poppies. So, thank you for the question. Thank you for that wonderful super chat. And definitely did not come with the apartment. I mean, this apartment was kind of scroungy. Scroungy. Okay. All right. BC, looking forward to hearing Dr. Falk say, quote, and I don't have to work tomorrow because full-time has been activated. Well, that would be fabulous. I would love that more since my back took a real number this week on at the workplace. So yeah, the job is kind of killing me. So I'd love to say that someday, very very soon. Okay, I will take that last non-super chat if I can find one here, and then we will call it a night. See if I can find a nice one to end the night on. And if I don't, like scan through this and I don't see anything catches my eye, we'll just call it a night then. We have taken a lot of non-super chats tonight, so I don't feel real guilty about that. I think everyone got pretty fair treatment, so we try to make sure that we try to make sure that there's a lot of non-super chats that are answered. So even though nothing would thrill me more than make this a 3-hour instead of a 4-hour live stream, we do want to be fair about how we do take questions. So we've already taken that one. Okay. Okay, I'll take this one actually. Take this one actually, because actually it's a good one to end the night on. I don't actually happen to have my book here. So, the Ark of the Covenant. Did I put it in the other room? Okay, blank screen. Okay, Saint Ronan the Shadow Saint, and this is going to be the last non-super chat of the night. And he asks, I plan on purchasing your book, Dr. Falk, but would that require some type of beginner course for me before I even do so? Oh, not at all. Not at all. Um, One of the things about the book is we did it for a lay audience. Okay, so it's written at a level that's really approachable. We used a lot of humor in it. The book is called "The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian Context: An Illustrated Journey," and it's design. It's one of those weird sort of. It's a book that sort of broaches the whole academic versus lay book. Okay? So we have a lot of humor, a lot of pictures. I mean, you can enjoy this book just by the pictures. It's got over 100 pictures in it. And I don't know what shelf I put it on. I think it's in here. There. Oh, it is in there. I put it in my book rack. I have a library cart beside my desk here. Okay, so here's the book. Okay. Now, we have the table of contents, which has humorous chapter titles, such as Discovering the Ark of the Covenant for the First Time, Getting Comfy with Ritual Furniture, Boxes and Chests and Arks, oh my, Shrines, No Tent Like Home, Arks, Art with a Message, and the Ark and Other Extraterrestrial Vehicles, and finally, the last chapter, which is the conclusion, the overarching context. Okay? So, he doesn't know which shelf it's on. Hey, last week I couldn't even remember the title of it, okay? So so it's just like so yeah, I don't know which shelf it's on. Okay. So Saint Ronan, you're not gonna need a course to understand the book. We have people who read this book in a day. We also have people who take months to tear apart every little section of it to get the most out of it too. So, uh, so it's one of those things that are, you're going to kind of get out of it what you already have or what you put into it, but the pictures, oh yeah, the pictures alone will make this worthwhile because it is, very, very richly illustrated. It's got the sort of illustration that you find in a travel book. So I did about 6 months of learning travel photography before actually doing this book. So you're going to get a lot out of just the pictures. So, so anyway, so absolutely, you'll get something out of the book. You don't have to be a biblical expert to get something out of this book. You'll get something really, really interesting just by perusing its pages. We've sent this book to people who have no biblical knowledge at all, and to some of our friends, and they said, I don't understand anything about the Bible, but enjoy the pictures. So anyway, I want to thank Saint Ronan for that question. It's going to be the last non-super chat of the night. Oh yeah, yeah. Jack Ray says it could double as a coffee table book. Get 1 or 2 now. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I'll get to it. It's fine. We'll address this. Yeah, it actually would be very good as a coffee table book because that's what we made. We made this to books so it would be not just not just good information, but really, really a beautiful book. So, I mean, that's how I blew my advance of the book. Honestly, is I blew my advance going to Egypt for 3 weeks to take more photographs. So for me, that was really important. And Christmas is coming up. So we do appreciate the fact that people are buying the book. And as I said, people, it's already earned out. So it's people are loving it. People are loving it. So we encourage people to get it as Christmas presents, birthday presents, whatever. And it's something that you can give to people who are not biblically literate. So and I said the pictures are just gorgeous, and almost all of them are my own photographs. So these are not photographs you're going to get in other books. These are 100 of these photographs are my own. So I'm going in there, and I went to Egypt and for 3 weeks, and I took pictures of everything I could just to do this book. So you'll love it just for the pictures. So anyway, I'll take this last super chat from. Yeah. Camel Leopard, step 1, buy the book. Step 2, buy a coffee table. Yeah, I don't have a coffee table either. I need to definitely buy a coffee table if I'm going to do a coffee table book. Okay, finally from Talbot Slade for $49.99. Thank you for your generous support tonight. Fantastic. Is your book available on Kindle? Last question, I promise. I think I don't know if it's on Kindle or not. I don't think it is. My publisher has the right to do electronic distributions. I know it's available on was it now? Logos Bible Software. I think you can buy it through that. I think that's the one electronic edition that they have of it. There is an electronic edition. I don't recommend the electronic editions. Here's the thing. The book, because it's so photographically intensive, it's meant the physical book itself is meant to be beautiful. Some of that is lost when it's digitized. And that's what the Kindle unfortunately sort of crunches the pictures. Which one? Oh, gee. Well, that's funny. BC, can we have an audible version where each image is described with 1,000 words? Well, I can tell you one thing. Almost every image has a story behind it. We might do that someday. Where we go through the book and show each picture from the book, and then tell a background story behind it, because there's a lot of really. I mean, that was a wild trip. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, I would agree. Yeah. Yeah, Danny Dement, Kindle has a hard time making comic books work. Double page spreads are toast. You'd lose so much of the beauty of the book just by doing it on a Kindle. It doesn't have the color or the vibrancy. It mashes the pictures down. It's just not. It's not gonna look nice. It's not gonna look nice. Even if they had a Kindle edition, and to my knowledge, I don't think they do have a Kindle edition. I mean, I can look it up on Amazon very quickly and see if they do, but I don't think there is a Kindle. Yeah, there was a lot of stories about dogs and when I went to Egypt. Um, see all formats and there's more than one format. Nope. Oh, oh wow. Uh, remember I said earlier that as soon as a book on Egypt, a good scholarly book on Egypt goes out of print, the price goes up? No, we're not out of print. It's not out of print yet, okay? But people are already asking $106 for it used.
That sucks that they get
Yeah. Collectible edition for $144. Yeah, so it's not out of print yet. It's not out of print yet, at least as far as I've been told. But people are already anticipating this is going to be worth something once it does go out of print. So, yeah, time to get it while you can. Because if they're already asking that for a book that's not out of print that you can still get new, yeah, this thing's going to skyrocket when it goes out of print. And that's just normal. That's just normal for books on ancient Egypt and the ancient Near East that are not popular books, but more on the scholarly side. So, especially ones with hieroglyphs for some reason. Hieroglyphs people say the New Agers, the Kemetic Orthodox people, they sort of sweep those books off the used books, out of the used bookstores, as soon as they go out of print. So that just drives the price up. So, but no, as far as I know, there's never been a Kindle edition, as far as I know, and I'm certain here's Blue Dog. So I've never seen a Kindle edition for it. I have seen a Logos Bible software edition for it, so I know it's available on Logos. But again, I don't recommend it. I recommend the hardcover. So, anyway, but then again, too, I get more money off the Logos edition. I mean, so it's like, I mean, I think I get something like, what's the price in USD? Let me check. What's the price in USD? On Amazon, it is $40, $39.95. So it's not an expensive book, at least not for an academic book. So yeah. So that's the price in USD. So anyway, again, I mean, I get a lot, as I say, I get higher royalties off of the Logos edition, but I always I want people to enjoy this. That's really what I'm care about. So even though, I mean, I get a lot higher royalties off the electronic edition, but I prefer people get the hardcover just because they will enjoy it a lot more. So anyway, I thank you very much for that final question from Talbot Slade about our book. Again, we're hoping someday in the not too distant futures to start writing more books, because that's sort of the point of going full time, is that we get back to writing books. So with that said, we are going to call it a night. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. It's been another great live stream. I want to thank our subscribers and our super chatters, super chatters, and the people who provided donations. Those keep the lights on and the power running and help us to put food on our table. And we really, really appreciate that. And they help us to go towards full time. And that's always, always appreciated. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters and our membership subscribers who also help keep our equipment running, provide us with new equipment, and just keep this channel flowing. And finally, we want to thank our subscribers who support our channel through watching our videos, who like and hit the subscribe button, and who also share the URLs of our videos with other social media platforms. Those help introduce our videos to new audiences. And the more new audiences we can get, the bigger our subscriber count, the more views, as well as the more, say, traction our videos get with YouTube. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We were so glad you could be with us, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.